Thank you. So welcome to today's full council budget meeting. Welcome to members of the public who are attending in the public gallery, those in the conference hall and those watching this meeting via our YouTube channel. For those in the building, I'd like to draw your attention to the emergency evacuation procedure. Please leave the chamber by the nearest exit and congregate by the cathedral. If you have a mobile phone, please ensure that it is set to silent or switched off to avoid any disruption. As chair of this meeting, I would like to remind everyone to treat each other with due courtesy, tolerance and respect. Agenda item number 2, apologies for absence. I've received apologies from Councillor Coombs. Are there any other apologies? No. Okay. Agenda item number 3, declarations of interest. Can I ask whether any councillors have any interest to declare regarding items on today's agenda? No. Okay. Agenda item number 4, minutes of the previous meeting. I move that the minutes of the full council meeting held on the 13th of January 2026 be agreed as a correct record. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I rise to second the minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Wilcox. Can I take it that the minutes are agreed?
Aye.
Thank you. Agenda item number 5, Lord Mayor's business. I don't have anything to report on this occasion. Agenda item number 6, public forum. Within the Constitution, there's no provision for public forum at the budget meeting. However, as indicated on the agenda, it has been agreed that the petitions and written statements about reports on this agenda could be submitted to this meeting. Details of the petitions and statements received have been published on our website. No petitions and 29 statements were received by the deadline. A list will be displayed on the screens in the chamber. The statements have been circulated to councillors and published prior to this meeting, and I now ask full council to note the statements. Thank you. Agenda item number 7, the Budget Report 2026-2027. I'd like to refer members to the budget procedure document which was published in the agenda papers and available on the website. As this procedure technically varies from our standing orders, please can I ask full council to formally agree to suspend the relevant standing orders which relate to the policy and budgets framework. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it, thank you. So we start on section 1 of the procedure. I'd like to ask Councillor Tony Dyer to introduce, summarise and move the budget report as Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee. Councillor Dyer, you have 15 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Lord Mayor, every year the Council has a legal responsibility to set a balanced budget, and I'm proud to bring to this committee for Council a balanced budget. But a balanced budget is much more about numbers. A balanced budget is about delivering for the people of Bristol, is about investing in the services that we need to invest in, and it's about providing a sustainable way forward for the Council. Lord Mayor, there are a few things I want to mention on this, and I am going to mention some numbers to begin with, because I think people need to be fully aware of the size of the task that we are doing. We often talk about the budget, but it's actually multiple budgets, and when you add those budgets together, it comes up to £1.4 billion of revenue spend and £400 million of capital investment for 26-27 alone. And then beyond that, we have the medium-term financial plan for the next 5 years. What we're presenting today is a balanced budget for 26-27, but also we are showing a balanced position for the medium-term financial plan over the next 5 years. Now, I do want to add a caveat to that, Lord Mayor. One of the positives that the new government has brought in was the commitment to a multi-year settlement. And that multi-year settlement has helped us to plan ahead. But that multi-year settlement for the next 3 years gives us an expectation of what we are likely to get in our local government financial settlement. What it doesn't provide at the moment is what additional increase in costs we will have to face over the next few years. So all through this budget, if passed and approved, will balance us for 26-27. We cannot guarantee that the budget will be balanced the year after that or the year after that. And this reflects what happened last year when we set a balanced budget over 2 years, but rising costs meant that we then had to make adjustments and savings for this year. And I'm sure everybody in this chamber is aware of the difficulties in setting a balanced budget. What I also would say, Lord Mayor, is there has been much debate about the source of funding for this budget, and I want to be very clear about this. We have seen an increase in our core spending. That's the amount of money that's available for the council to allocate to meeting and delivering its needs and services. Over the 3 years, it would be an average of a 6% increase in core spending power. However, Lord Mayor, we have to also factor in that inflation at the moment is in the region of 3.4%. And when you factor that in, that reduces the real terms increase. And what we also have to be accurate about, Lord Mayor, is where that funding is coming from. Many want to take credit for the increase in core spending. Fewer want to take responsibility for the fact that that requires us to pick up council tax each and every year for the next 3 years by the maximum amount. Lord Mayor, I think most people in this chamber will recognise that the council tax system is a broken system and it does not work effectively in terms as a way of collecting payment locally. We need council tax reform. Better still, we need council tax replaced with a system that better supports those who are least able to pay. And Lord Mayor, what I will also add to this is we have much ambition in terms of where we're going to be investing in. But we also have to recognise that there are key areas of service that we have not delivered as well in the past as we need to do in the future. A large proportion of our general fund budget is spent on supporting families, children and adults, particularly in areas like social care. We cannot neglect those people. We have a statutory responsibility to ensure that we invest in safeguarding the lives and livelihoods of those people. At the same time, we also have to recognise that we have some 22,000 plus households on a housing waiting list. We need to deliver homes. More importantly, we need to deliver homes that people can actually afford to live in, both in terms of the price of rent, but also in terms of being able to heat those homes. I also want to say this, Lord Mayor. There has been suggestions that austerity is over. Lord Mayor, I look at my neighbouring local authorities. Just north of us, South Gloucestershire is having to take £20 million out of their reserves, a position which is not sustainable in order to balance their books. To our south, North Somerset have just received exceptional financial support by means of being allowed to raise their council tax by 9% in a single year. We are in a better funding position, and the government deserves credit for the fact that we are in a better funding position. But we are still in a situation where the amount of funding being given to local government across the country at the beginning of this year is still 9% lower in real terms than it was in 2014. By the time we get to the end of this multi-year settlement, we will still be below the level of funding that was being received in 2014. As a result, we are still seeing local authorities across the country having to make savings in order to balance their books. So we still have to work hard to make sure we not only deliver a financially sustainable council, but also we do that in a way that meets the needs of our members and our residents and our businesses. Lord Mayor, I wasn't planning to speak for too long on this. I was speaking to one of the representatives from South Gloucestershire earlier today. They said their meeting finished at 10:45 p.m. I think I'd be very unpopular if I spoke long enough and kept everybody here until 10:45 p.m. That may be taken as a hint to some other speakers, may not be. But Lord Mayor, I think this budget has seen a lot of work going into it. That has included contributions from all parties. Some of those contributions may have been accepted more positively than others, but they have all been made and they all deserve to be recognised. I commend this budget to the Chamber and I bring it forward for approval by full council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dyer. Now we move to section 2 of the procedure. I'd like to call on Councillor Sarah Classic as Vice Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee to second the budget report, and you have 7 minutes.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to second the budget report this afternoon, and to do so in the spirit of the committee system that we together are making work for Bristol. The budget is not the product of a single office or a single party. It is the outcome of months of scrutiny by policy committee, open challenges through the finance subcommittees, and leadership from all committee chairs to prioritise, compromise and deliver. That collaborative approach is exactly what residents expect of us, and it's how we've been able to focus resources on the services people tell us matter most. First, some context. The move to a multi-year funding settlement gives councils a little more certainty to plan sensibly across the medium term. Bristol's core spending power is projected to rise this year, headline figure by 62.3 million, about 7%. But let's be honest with the public. Much of that increase comes from previously ring-fence grants being rolled into the settlement. It isn't money we didn't have yesterday to spend on anything we like today. It is largely funds that we still need to be used for the same purposes, things like social care, albeit with a touch more flexibility. It is welcome, but it's not a windfall. Within the settlement, there are some important building blocks. Adult social care, better care grant share for Bristol of around 21 million, level with last year. A new children, families and youth grant worth 26.4 million over 3 years. A consolidated homelessness, rough sleeping and domestic abuse grant of 28.2 million over 3 years. And a crisis and resilience fund worth 21.4 million over the 3 years. Public health is also now set over the 3 years, totalling 141.5 million. These elements help us plan and protect the most vulnerable. But at the same time, the budget we are seconding has to balance, legally, prudently and realistically. For 26-27, our general fund net revenue budget is 634.1 million, with a savings requirement this year of 40.9 million, rising to 70.1 over the 5-year plan. Council tax is potentially set to rise to a 4.99% increase, and a 2% adult social care precept on a tax base of 137.29. Those are difficult but necessary decisions to underpin a balanced position. Our capital programme remains ambitious because Bristol still needs long-term investments. 412.3 million next year and 1.67 billion over the next decade for homes, transport, safety critical assets and net zero infrastructure, kept within affordability rules and backed by a reserves policy that holds our unallocated general fund at a prudent 6% this year. The Section 151 officer has confirmed the robustness of the estimates and the adequacy of the reserves. In other words, the numbers stack up if we deliver the plan. And that brings me back to collaboration. Under the committee model, each committee chair has had to own both sides of the ledger, the investments we argue for and the efficiency we commit to deliver. That cross-party work, sometimes lively, has produced tangible improvements that residents will see and feel. For us as a group, this collaboration has enabled us to see our priorities for residents in Bristol captured within the budget, including funding for public toilets, planning enforcement and recycling improvements. These are not vanity projects, they are everyday essentials. These are precisely the sort of basics that set the tone for a well-run city. No one in this chamber underestimates the risks we face: persistent demand in children and adult services, inflation pressures on contracts, and the uncertainties around national reforms to business rates. That's why the budget includes targeted investments in the highest pressure areas alongside realistic savings programmes. 8.4 million in adult social care through better practice, commissioning and prevention, and 12.7 million in children and young people tied to the family's first transformation. Section 25 statement is clear. With disciplined delivery, monthly monitoring and contingents we have set, this is a sound budget, but discipline will be essential. And crucially, the public consultation in the autumn was considered in shaping the final package. It doesn't mean everyone agrees with every line, but it does mean people were heard. That's a healthier way to build a budget. It reflects the fact that in a tight settlement, the how matters as much as the how much. And beyond the revenue picture, the capital programme reflects what residents tell us they want. Safer infrastructure, cleaner streets, warmer homes, and a city that is accessible and resilient. The plan includes significant investment in our waste and recycling fleet, essential harbour and highway structures like the new cut walls and culverts, and ongoing works to make council buildings greener, all paced within our affordability envelope. The headline numbers are big because the needs are big, but the approach is proportionate and prudent. Finally, seconding the report is not simply endorsing a spreadsheet, it's endorsing a way of working. I want to thank Councillor Dyer as Chair of Strategy and Resources and Councillor McAllister as Chair of the Finance Subcommittee and every Policy Committee Chair for the hours spent in detailed sessions, for the compromises reached and for keeping a focus on outcomes, not headlines. This is how we secure priorities across parties, and together we've produced a balanced, defensible budget that keeps services going and invests where it counts. I also want to thank the Section 151 officer and all the finance officers for their extensive work pulling this budget together. There will always be more to do and tougher choices ahead, but this budget shows that when we use the committee system to listen, to test ideas in public and to share responsibility across the chamber, we can deliver for Bristol. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. We now move on to Section 3 of the procedure. Each party group will now in turn respond to the budget proposals. There will be a maximum time allocation of 7 minutes each. I'd like to call on Councillor Emma Edwards to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've always started these budget speeches quite gloomily, so I can honestly say that this year I am starting to feel hopeful. And it is important to be honest. Honest about the scale of the challenge that we continue to face. Honest about the impact of years of austerity, and to be honest about what it really takes to rebuild a city and to rebuild trust. Last year, Labour claimed austerity was over, and they've said the same thing again in a press release this year, but we need to look at the facts. The settlement from the government assumes councils like Bristol will increase council tax by up to 5% for the next 3 years. That is not proper funding of local government. That is shifting the burden onto taxpayers. If austerity were over, councils would not be forced to raise council tax just to stand still. If austerity were over, we would not still be repairing the deep structural damage left by over a decade of cuts and neglect. And if austerity were truly over, families across Bristol would not still be living through a cost of living crisis that squeezes them month on month. But we are proud of the support that we continue to provide to the most disadvantaged residents in this city. And once again, we are protecting the council tax reduction scheme. We are shielding those least able to pay. But it would be deeply out of touch to stand here and declare that the end of hardship is finished, because we know it isn't, our residents know it isn't, and I will not pretend otherwise. This is a responsible budget. It faces reality, but it invests in the future. Let's take housing. As of 2025, we are the top English council house builder outside London. We have a plan to deliver 12,000 affordable homes by 2040, and we are doing that while investing in the homes that we already own. That is not rhetoric, that is delivery. The previous administration left this council with a damning judgment from the regulator of social housing, a serious failure as a landlord, and tenants are still paying the price for years of neglect. But our recovery programme is on track. We are investing tens of millions to ensure tenants are safe and warm. We are restoring pride to our estates, building trust, and crucially, we're building local voices back into decision-making. We've also brought hundreds of homeless children out of hotels and bed and breakfasts by investing in high-quality temporary accommodation. This is better for children, better for families, and better value for the taxpayer. This budget goes further still through innovative new builds and acquisitions that will reduce our reliance on unsuitable temporary accommodation over the long term. And in education, once again, the dedicated schools grant has been unanimously recommended by representatives across the education sector. It maximises investment in children with additional educational needs with the regulations set nationally. This has been the approach of this local authority for many years. Consult the sector, follow the regulations and prioritise the children with the greatest needs. So I hope the Labour group have got a better understanding of the DSG and are minded not to abstain again this year. We're also proud of our work with adult social care, the largest part of any council budget. In 2025, Bristol City's Homeless Move On team received the Team of the Year Award for Adult Services in recognition of the team's work in supporting individuals experiencing long-term rough sleeping and homelessness. Our safeguarding team is now embedded and our work with stakeholders and disability services is taking shape, and we hope that relationship will only get stronger. As a Green-led administration, adults and children are a key focus for us, and we are looking forward to exciting changes taking shape in 2025. Now, I'll let my colleagues go into the amendments in more detail in their speeches, but I will say it is remarkable to see Labour, once so keen to prove to the city how green they were, now trample over their own projected legacy, especially on transport. Having once championed projects such as Livable Neighbourhoods and Park Street, which would have created a dedicated bus route and clean up Bristol's air, they now seek to undermine or unpick them. Attempting to remove funding from essential public infrastructure like the Cascade Steps ferry landing is not constructive opposition. It is counterproductive, even if the areas they would like to repurpose the money are for good causes. Likewise, proposals designed to kneecap a leadership structure that is costing far less than the previous mayors did, and that independent corporate peer review recently has confirmed is working well, will do nothing to improve services for residents. Also, we are proud that once again we haven't needed to propose any redundancies in setting this budget for 26-27. So why does Labour want to create redundancies with their amendment? I thought they were a party for workers. Maybe that was my mistake. However, we would genuinely welcome more collaboration with backbench councillors from across the chamber. There is talent on all sides, there is expertise on all sides, and it is a shame when leadership and tribalism prevents that talent from being put to work for the good of the city that we all serve. And finally, I must admit, I am delighted to see the Conservative group finally embracing some green values, because their amendment on the CTRS is a fine example of reuse, repurpose and recycle. Lord Mayor, budgets are about priorities. This budget prioritises safe homes. It prioritises our city's children. It prioritises investment in housing supply. It strengthens our neighbourhood enforcement capacity. It prioritises better temporary accommodation for vulnerable families. And it does all of this while facing financial constraints that are very real and very challenging. We cannot undo 15 years of austerity in one or even two budgets. We cannot magic away the structural funding gaps. But we can choose seriousness over slogans, delivery over press releases, and responsibility over political theatre. This is what this administration is doing. We are rebuilding steadily, responsibly and ambitiously, and I commend this budget to the Chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. I'd like to call on Councillor Tom Renard to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And before I get into things, I'd just like to give thanks to the finance officers. It's a mammoth undertaking, and the amendment process in particular is a very tight turnaround. They've been supportive, responsive and diligent throughout, and their hard work hasn't gone unnoticed. So some nice, rather dry speeches so far. Curiously, they seem to admit one very key thing. Thanks to the Labour government for the new finance settlement. It has saved our bacon. Steve Reid, I owe you one. Now let's have a recap on what Labour's been doing since it's been in government. Including the current year, the Council's core spending power is going to increase by £161.3 million, a huge 30.2% increase over 4 years. And that compares with just a £4.3 million increase between 2015-16 and 29-20, when the Tories were in charge. That is a difference that is as clear as night and day. It's the first multi-year settlement in years, allowing councils to better plan their future. Multi-year settlements are something that cross-party, the LGA, has been campaigning on for years. And on special educational needs and disabilities, the high needs block and the wider spend is going to move to national government spend at the end of this review period. And £5 billion has been announced to write off 90% of the debts local authorities have accrued. That's huge news, genuinely. This is probably the most significant news Bristol City Council will have all year. Councils were left on the brink of bankruptcy by the Tories' failure to address this issue. We've also had £1 billion investment in community-owned energy as part of the local power plan. As a cooperator, I'm particularly delighted to see this. What's been the inspiration for this? Local community and political leadership right here in Bristol during the last Labour administration. Let's be clear, under the current Green Party political leadership in this city, there'll be zero chance of this happening. £39 billion for the social and affordable housing programme, the biggest boost to affordable homes in a generation. 60% of those will be social rent. And it was announced yesterday applications will open in a couple of weeks' time. Yesterday, the government announced a new 10-year plan to deliver a decade of national renewal of schools and colleges, backed by a further £1 billion for the education estate to fix crumbling, overheating or simply not fit for purpose buildings. We're scrapping the two-child benefit cap, rolling out free breakfast clubs to more schools, including right here in Bristol. That's alongside limiting the number of branded school uniform items and providing up to 30 hours funded childcare per week. The combination of these measures is saving thousands of pounds for families every year, directly addressing the cost of living crisis. We're reforming the feudal leasehold system, capping ground rents at £250, reducing to a peppercorn cap after 40 years. Common hold will be introduced and forfeiture, whereby leaseholders could lose their homes and the equity they built up on defaulting on a debt as low as £350 is also going to be abolished. It's going to be the biggest overhaul in renters' rights in more than a generation. Section 21 no-fault evictions banned. A strengthened request for a pet. An end to benefits discrimination. And the banishing of bidding wars. Now, that last one, that's off the back of the work that we did through the Living Rent Commission that I led on with partners from across the city, despite the Green Party's attempts to scupper the entire project. £150 off household energy bills from April this year. The Warm Homes Plan, the biggest investment in homes upgrades to cut fuel poverty for up to 1 million families and turn the page on more than a decade of failure by previous Conservative governments and their Lib Dem coalition partners of 5 years. £85 million for new and upgraded sports facilities. £1.5 billion for cultural organisations over the next 5 years, not cuts. NHS waiting lists are down, with the second largest fall in 15 years, and ambulance response times are down by almost 20 minutes. More funding for the fire service, alongside investment in neighbourhood policing, and on transport, record levels of investment, with trams on the table, a new road safety strategy, the Better Buses bill that will allow us to bring buses back under public control, and the renationalisation of the railways following the failed Thatcherite experiment of privatisation that has damaged industries and communities up and down this country. I could go on. Labour is delivering a decade of national renewal. As I've described today, Bristolians will begin to see and feel those benefits as we move from laying the foundations to delivering the change that people voted for nationally. And has already been used today, austerity is indeed over. You would all admit as well, isn't it refreshing to finally have a government that treats local government with respect and as equal partners? I'm sure the Greens will say their apparent good governance is the reason why major cuts have been avoided this year. This is just not true. A case in point, as we all know, adult social care makes up a majority of all council spend. The Period 8 Q3 report for adult social care found that a whopping 35% of savings are now deemed at risk. So was it a firm hand on the purse strings that has led to the council's financial position improving? Evidently not. We all know there will be snow on the hills of hell before Greens ever credit Labour with something. So not content with the generous settlement, their criticism has turned to the type of tax that pays for our services. As a point of principle, if you believe in devolution, as I do, councils keeping more of the money that gets raised locally is a good thing. Greens love flashing the cash that's spent for their latest pet projects. Hate funding it. At least the Tories are consistent. Ever so slightly less tax, although still as historic highs, even if our public services are falling to pieces. And as ever, not entirely sure with the Lib Dems, it would be nice to see Davey put the wetsuits and roller coasters aside to focus on some policy. The budget is much better than last year. And our thanks to the administration for implementing some of our amendments from last year that you did not vote for at the time. Better late than never. We warned you against the cuts to short breaks for carers. Seems to now have been fixed. We wanted more cash for public toilets, recognising that closing them was a mistake and a symptom of the years of Tory austerity. It's kind of been done, although by such a small amount, I'm not actually sure if it's going to result in anything. Protection of the Community Impact Fund is likewise welcome. And a boost for fly tipping, even if we're actually still waiting on the new enforcement cameras full council approved last year following a Labour proposal. Funding for planning enforcement officers is also good news, and I know that Councillor Martin in particular is at his wit's end with the unlawful gym in his ward, and is delighted that that's moving forward. Hopefully that will actually now get some resolution. Now, I am somewhat concerned about how the Greens may misuse this newfound cash. More murals that you're embarrassed of?
20 seconds,
New benches that all face in walls? A few more fences to install at the end of some slides, perhaps? There are, however, bigger issues with this budget. The reviews of adult social care day centres to be thinly veiled euphemism for closures, and reviews of services like Meals on Wheels, thinly veiled euphemism for outsourcing. The council house building pipeline is also
Thank you, Councillor Nigel.
I'll just wrap up my final point.
Very quickly.
We look forward to opposing changes as they come through. If going along with a bad plan means not participating in the committee system, then you can have that me all you want. We're not here to participate in groupthink. We're here to get the best for our residents, something I, nor anyone else on this bench, is going to make any apology for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Joss Clark to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Firstly, thank you to everyone who has put so much time and energy into producing this budget. So we are looking at the 26-27. Bristol's general fund budget is standing at 634 million, rising to 770 million by 30-31, an increase of 92 million. But despite these headline figures, the council still faces significant pressures. Nationally, councils are grappling with a 3.4 billion funding gap in 26-27, rising to 6 billion by 2028. Reflecting on the scale of the challenge across local government, and Bristol is no exception, we must find 40 million in savings next year, rising to 70 million by 2030-31, just to balance our books. For years, you're not going to like this, Tom. I know you've been so lovely to us until now. For years, Labour has warned about austerity. Yet now, while in government, they have failed to deliver the funding that local authorities genuinely need. The Local Government Association has been clear that the latest settlement does not provide the increase in funding councils need to ensure financial stability and protect services. And that funding growth does not match rising demand in cost pressures. This reinforces what Bristol actually knows. The system remains under strain. While the council appears to be receiving more money, the reality is less generous than Labour politicians claim. The government's headline measure of core spending power is actually inflated by the movement of several ring-fence grants into the revenue support grant, making it look like councils are receiving more funding than they actually are. In fact, one of the reasons national funding looks higher is simply due to this reclassification, which is an accounting shift rather than a genuine increase in resources. Independent experts have also highlighted the limits of the settlement. The Institute for Fiscal Studies confirms that although local government funding is rising by 3.9 billion, which is 5.8% in 26-27, this amounts to just 3.5% in real terms growth once inflation is factored in, with the increases unevenly distributed between areas. Even by 28-29, real terms growth per resident is only expected to be around 7.4%, far below what is needed to keep pace with demand on services such as adult social care and children's services. On top of this, councils are expected to raise council tax by a maximum level allowed in order to achieve the funding levels projected in the settlement. again creating the illusion that local government is being supported when, in reality, the burden is being shifted onto local taxpayers. This is not sustainable, and it certainly does not represent the end of austerity that Labour once promised us. Against this backdrop, it is disappointing but not surprising that Bristol Labour would rather play political games than focus on financial realities faced by this city. Instead of securing meaningful support from their government, they rely on spin and optics. Meanwhile, the Conservatives have once again submitted their annual shopping list amendment. A less than serious proposal that fails to engage with the underlying financial reality and will likely reappear next year.
We like consistency.
Of course you do, Mark, of course you do. In contrast, under the committee system, we, and what I mean is all political parties, have taken constructive and responsible approach. We have all engaged seriously with this budget, and as a result, we have secured meaningful improvements with a few adjustments today with practical measures that will make a difference in residents' day-to-day lives. Bristol deserves better. We need national leadership that will properly fund local government, not further shifting responsibility onto councils and residents. Until that happens, we will continue to face difficult choices, but the Liberal Democrats will continue to work pragmatically to deliver for local people. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'd like to call on Councillor Mark Weston to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. Thank you all for your kind words to our amendment. I'm sure you've all dusted off last year's speeches, and we look forward to that as well. We like to spread consistency. Before I move on to the budget, I have to say, I like to get a little joke in early on. And unfortunately, this joke is at Labour's expense, which will shock no one. But Tom, when you sit there and say, let's recap what the Labour have been doing in government, it will be somewhat easier for us all to keep track of what the Labour government is doing if you didn't constantly U-turn on virtually everything you propose. I'm starting to get dizzy. It's a bit like a weather vane in a hurricane, it has to be said. But, maybe we'll carry on. So the budget itself, it actually is better than many of us feared, and I take a hat tip to the Labour government on that one. I will be nice if it's due. But I do have problems with the way that it is structured in the settlement and actually the content of the proposed budget itself. Obviously, you've got the situation where so much of the additional spending power is built about council tax going up by 5% every year, but wages are going up about 3%. So that is an issue, and it's one you've inherited and carried on from us. I accept that, but that is a concern. But you also, Councillor Clark, thank you very much, you raised the issue about all the budgets getting rolled into one. So actually that does mask a lot of additional rise, which creates problems. So it's not quite the headline figures. But when you come to the actual way that it's structured, and it hasn't really touched on this, a lot of the additional power is because we keep our business rates, so we keep a large proportion of it, which is one element. And the other part of it is the grant we receive. And both of those can't be divorced from performance in the wider economy. And at the moment, the economy is not doing great, it has to be said. Inflation has gone from 2.8%, is now running about 3.4%. The unemployment rate has gone up. Gilt yields on government borrowing, remember this is so much of it is, that's actually running at 5.4% for a 30-year gilt yield. That's actually quite a bit higher than when Liz Truss was around. I know you guys like to wield her out, where that was 5%. It's actually running at 5.4%. Now, part of that is because they have no idea what's going on in government with the leadership, but that is still there. Universal credit claimants are up 1 million in the last year. So how much of the government's economic strategy, if there is one, is actually sustainable in the long term? Because so much is predicated on borrowing, and borrowing rates are going up and the economy is underperforming. So that jeopardises the grant, but it also jeopardises the business rate that forms the other part of ours. Now, all of this raises a real concern about the sustainability of the wider budget nationally, but also our local budget. And so we do think you need to look at, and now, you're nodding now, you won't be in a minute. We do think, give you an option to steady the head. We do think you need to look at the council tax reduction scheme. We really do, because we think shocks are coming down the line. I will leave that there, we'll have that fight in a minute. But there are problems there. It has been mentioned the dedicated school grant. Now, this actually is a good bit of news, but there are problems in it as well. It's a good bit of news writing off the 90%. That is good, and I think it'll help everyone. Obviously, the government are looking to take on the funding of this entirely in 2028. But there are two things. Obviously, we need to work out what we're going to do with the other 10%. So that is going to be a stress to our reserves and how we do that. But also, we need to run a balanced budget for the next 2 years on that field. We've never run a balanced budget in that particular area for as long as I can remember, but we have to do it for the next 2 years. And the problem, of course, is the way the whole legislation is structured. We have an open-ended obligation, but actually a very limited envelope of which to do it. And that challenge befalls to all of us, if we're going to make the changes to the GSG work, is to how we do it. And I'm not quite sure. Now, this was a very, very recent announcement. So, I'm not sure in this budget how we're going to. I think that will come over the next year, how we're going to balance it all out. Both will be a challenge. Then we come to actually the content of the budget. And this is where we do have serious issues. And for us, we think we are spending far too much money on projects that don't help. Park Street is a classic example. We've had that fight. I wonder if we'll be debating it later. So Park Street, East Bristol Liberal neighbourhood, South Bristol Liberal neighbourhood, parking charges. And I realise you guys don't like that, but at least we're consistent. Whereas others seem to be somewhat changing. Yeah, you're consistent, that's true. Others may not be, but I welcome the Damascene conversion that we are seeing. So we're seeing money spent there, but actually what we're not seeing is enough spent on maintenance, road maintenance, parks maintenance, community investment, things like fixing potholes, and doing a proper job on fixing potholes. Anyway, we have issues on that one. Where am I on thing? We're also concerned about, invariably, when it comes to investment in the city, we intend to ignore the suburbs, or when we're trying to invest in the suburbs, we invariably do schemes in those suburbs that actually are particularly hated in those communities. The A0418 positively bounces to mind at this point. Whereas actually those communities, they pay their council tax, and yet year on year they seem to just get a kicking. And it doesn't matter which party is in, they seem to get a kicking from it. So we do think we need to look at what we're spending on and how we're spending it, because at the moment it very much feels like an inner and outer Bristol. And we're getting the raw deal on the edge. So, from my party's point of view, we're concerned about the structure and the content of the budget. There are some good news bits in both, but there are concerns as well in both. And we look forward to how the debate will move on. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Weston. We now move on to section 4 of the procedure. I now invite Councillor Patrick McAllister to present comments as chair of the Finance Subcommittee, and you also have 7 minutes.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Let me say I'm extremely proud of the work performed by the Finance Subcommittee over the past year, and it has been a pleasure and privilege to chair the group over this period. Over the past year, we have received briefings on the Council's financial position, we've undertaken in-depth reviews of saving proposals, and we've provided essential cross-party input into the budget development process. And this has helped shape the budget we're considering today, and I'm very pleased that the committee system is delivering transparency, accountability and action like this. I would like to echo colleagues in thanking all the officers who were involved in delivering the Finance Subcommittee meetings this year, particularly Andy, Sarah and Ian, but also others. This year, the administration has made a conscious decision to accelerate our budget timetable, and we brought several key dates to the fore. And that, combined with an unusually late autumn settlement, did compress the timetable officers worked to for preparing the budget, and they rose to that challenge admirably. And I'd also like to pay tribute to the members of Finance Subcommittee from all parties for their commitment to this process. Months of weekly meetings, we discussed some pretty hefty numbers and concepts. That can be a punishing schedule, but I'm proud that we did a very good job regardless. And I'm particularly grateful for the excellent cross-party working that we accomplished this year. Every member of the committee made very valuable contributions, and I believe those are reflected in this budget. It was a model of the collaborative and productive political environment that we, under the committee system, aim to uphold. Now, the biggest budget challenges that face Bristol City Council won't surprise anybody. We've perpetually rising demand in statutory services which stretch support for vulnerable children and adults to its limits. We have a housing crisis that we see reflected in our homelessness statistics and our temporary accommodation bill. And we have infrastructure challenges that require hundreds of millions of pounds of investment to ensure the safety and connectivity of our city. The list goes on. And this is all in the context of systemic weaknesses in the local authority funding framework. Whilst the local government financial assessment was indeed a welcome reprieve from the previous 15 years of admittedly more hardline austerity, it is important to acknowledge that government funding continues to fall short of what is needed to continue delivering everything that residents expect. And those aren't my words, Lord Mayor, that's the comment of the Labour leader of our neighbouring authority, South Gloucestershire. Meanwhile, Bristol, as a local authority, is being expected to pay for far more of its core spending from money it generates itself, council tax and business rates. Core grant funding from the government is actually falling sharply in the next financial year, from 18% to just 4.5%. And while it is welcome that we can now retain more of our business rates, I would like to impress upon all colleagues what that means in practice. By making so much of our core funding depend on council tax and business rates, the government is forcing Bristol to continue raising local tax by significant amounts, and any party or individual that claims otherwise is not telling the truth. These are regressive and inefficient taxes. As we've already heard today, the people of Bristol and the UK deserve local taxation that does not fall hardest on the poorest and that can effectively fund local services. Meanwhile, local authorities deserve and need a system that gives us the powers to shape supply and demand more effectively, instead of relying on the blunt tools that we currently have. Genuine devolution of power to local government, alongside meaningful local tax reform, could unlock untold potential. So much of this country was built by local government before it was hamstrung by cuts to our powers and budgets. But despite all these challenges, the Green-led administration is delivering a budget we can be proud of. We are investing millions into bringing up the standard of our council homes, moving away from the legacy of the shameful C3 judgment from the regulator of social housing. We are committing over £1.6 million extra to boost recycling, tackle fly tipping and increasing litter collection. And our investment in our in-house adult and children's social care will bring down costs and improve outcomes by keeping children closer to their families and adults independent for longer. Despite what you may have heard from the opposite bench's press releases, we are proudly protecting the Cultural Investment Programme, the Bristol Impact Fund and the library budget, ensuring the future of these valuable services. And yes, we are finally able to commit money to reopening public toilets with a clear and fully funded spending programme that will reverse one of the most damaging and unpopular decisions of the last administration. We will spend a penny so Bristolians can spend a penny too. And all of this is only possible because of the Greens' strong financial management, including bringing in stronger executive oversight of the Resources Directorate. And I'm not here to speak on amendments, but as Finance Chair, I am very concerned about some opposition rhetoric that tries to criticise executive staff structure while demanding that the Greens get a grip on the finances. But the plain truth is that having that stronger executive oversight is our essential means of getting a grip on the finances. Not having a strong grip on the finances was a problem our administration inherited. And our stronger grip today is a reason why we are meeting 85% of our saving target, up from 65% under Labour. Labour's amendment to overload and undermine our top staff is a wrecking amendment, just like the ones trying to defund council house building programmes and take money away from public transport infrastructure. It is an attempt to publicly and expensively damage the progress that we are making in moving Bristol on from the bad old days. The tone and content of these amendments, sadly, are far removed from the collaborative discussions we all benefited from in the Finance Subcommittee meetings. And while I'm aware that party leaderships are enforcing a rigorous party line in some areas, I dearly hope that in future we can bring more of the open, constructive and mutually beneficial communication out from the public meetings and into the public amendments process, I'm very keen to play my own part here, and my door is always open for members of any party who would like to discuss how. Whilst we may disagree on policy, and I'm looking towards the Conservatives here, we all do want what is best for Bristol, and that does rely on collegiate cross-party work. Lord Mayor, in summary, this budget is one that provides for the present needs of our city while investing in its future.
20 seconds.
It has benefited from months of cross-party scrutiny and development through the Finance Subcommittee, and every party can be very proud of that process. I'm very pleased to commend it to full council. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Dyer, would you like the opportunity to respond? And if so, you also have 7 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Again, I'm not going to use the whole 7 minutes. I was hoping to respond to some of these speeches. In particular, Councillor Renard, I was looking forward to his speech. Now, my pen poised to write down my rebuttals of his criticism of what we've been doing in the council, but unfortunately, the first 6 minutes and 35 seconds sounded more like a speech at Hustings for a parliamentary position. And I don't know, I'm not familiar with what's happened in the Labour Party, but maybe there's a vacancy coming up in Holborn and St Pancras that you're preparing for. Mark, it's, here we are again. we know, if we go on like this pace, there's a danger we could replace you with an AI if you're not careful.
You get more sense.
Your words, not mine. I think, what the one response is basically I can stand up here and I can say how well we're doing, and I'm sure people in the bench would say, well, no, it's the Mandy Weiss-Davies quote, isn't it? He would say that, wouldn't he? And Tom would say up and say how badly we're doing, and I would probably stand here and say, well, he would say that, wouldn't he? I think where it starts to have an impact is when you have external voices saying it. And this isn't just about us taking credit for it. It's about work that's been done by a lot of people cross-party. But what we are now getting is the CQC, the Care Quality Commission, rating our adults social care services good and confirming that Bristol consistently meets a strong standard of care. We have the Ofsted report saying that Bristol has a committed and determined political and corporate leadership in bringing positive change to children in Bristol, and that workforce morale is high and petitioners love working for Bristol and feel highly supported by their managers. We have the regulator of social housing saying that we are continuing to work positively with them to improve the quality of services we provide to our social housing residents. Significant progress has been made, and we have met our first milestones and are on course to meet the others. We also have the corporate pill challenge, which is coming along, and I won't foresay what it's going to say, but what I would say is this. When we were told that we were going to have a corporate pill challenge, and for members of the public who are not familiar with this is like being audited, but you're being audited by your peers from other councils. And I was offered the opportunity to have that led by a Green Party council leader. And I said no. I requested that the Labour leader of Sheffield City Council come down and do that core pill challenge. Because I wanted us to have an accurate understanding of where we are at council, both good and bad, and what recommendations will be made by the leader of Sheffield City Council, by the Chief Executive of Manchester City Council, and by representatives of senior officers from other Labour-led councillors, because I wanted us to have an honest appraiser, not one coloured by party political bias. In a few weeks' time, you will all get to see that report, and it will offer us some congratulations, but it will also offer us some recommendations of how we can continue to improve as a local authority. And regardless of party, I hope every one of us in this chamber recognises the need that for us to be as good a council as we possibly can in order to properly serve the residents of this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Dyer. We now move to Section 5 of the procedure, the consideration of amendments to the budget. We will now work through the amendments proposed by each of the political groups. Each amendment will be moved, seconded and debated in the order shown in the agenda papers. For each amendment, there will be one vote. In terms of each vote, an amendment that is carried shall be carried by a simple majority of those voting. Once we have dealt with all the amendments, the Chief Financial Officer will confirm the overall position in terms of any amendments that are carried. So, we start with amendment number 1, the Labour Revenue and Capital. This amendment involves the Revenue and Capital section of the budget. There will be one vote at the end of this debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Zoe Peat to move the amendment, and you have 3 minutes.
I do not yet have children, but ideally hope to one day. And when I think about that future, I cannot ignore the reality facing young people today. The 23-24 youth justice stats show that criminal offences committed by children continue to rise, with sexual offences rising by 47% amongst young people. Knife crime, while fluctuating, remains a serious issue too, and I'd like to express my sympathies to those devastated by this week's attack at the London's Kingsbury High Lower School in London. At the same time, the Centre for Mental Health reports that 1 in 6 children are experiencing anxiety or depression, and those in the bottom 20% of the least well-off families are 4 times as likely to suffer from poor mental health. High crime rates and low well-being do not exist in isolation. They are linked by a lack of infrastructure and sustained funding. That is why when my co-councillor, Don Alexander, proposed this amendment, I was genuinely delighted. This is a proposal that centres our city's youth and does not solely benefit Labour wards, as this amendment mentions, alongside the Avonmouth and Eagle House youth clubs, that we also have Barton Hill Tenants Hall with it. Sorry, I messed that up. This proposal also provides costs for citywide investment into other community facilities. So you can imagine my heartbreak when I was told that neither the Greens or the Liberal Democrats intended to support this amendment. I appreciate why policy chairs want to use this money for extra admin support. However, we really must weigh this against the needs of our residents. Running a city is a tough job, but to put things in perspective, the Legal and Democratic Services budget for 23-24 was 14.4 million, whereas this department's budget for this year is 20.4 million. That's an extra 6 million a year, and a lot of that has already gone towards the committee system. How about now we put some of that money that we have left towards supporting our city's youth? This amendment is about giving young people safe spaces to build relationships and develop skills. It's about prevention rather than crisis management, and I know that's something that we all here care about. So we have a choice: investing in the futures of our children, or more admin support for 8 councillors. When we invest in infrastructure, extremism decreases, as does crime, and most importantly, well-being improves. I accept that tribalism exists in all parties, including my own, and I'm not pretending otherwise. But I was genuinely saddened when I realised that when I'd be speaking here today, that there would likely be nothing I could say that would change your minds. £40 million worth of council assets in my ward has been sold or is about to be sold through the Delta project. And yet, despite this, my ward sees very little returns.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up now, I'm afraid.
Can I summarise?
Your time's up, I'm afraid. Okay. I'd like to call on Councillor Rob Logan to second the amendment, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment. And ultimately, decision-making and leadership is about making decisions and being accountable for them. And sometimes those decisions are difficult, and sometimes those choices are difficult to make, especially when we're dealing with one of the priorities that I think is shared across the Chamber and across the City, which is marginal improvement in the admin support to some of our policy committee chairs. You just have to look at the poor wretches to see how much they suffer. So it's truly, there can be few more deserving causes in the City. Few, my Lord Mayor, but not none. Eagle House is the centre of Norwest. There is a vibrant social club, which is a long-standing Philwood success story, one of many. and there is the Older Youth Club, that in May of this year will become a vacant, empty building unless the council does something about it. And if that happens, crime and antisocial behaviour will follow. And that is outrageous, because the North West, and particularly the Newquay Road part of North West, community safety has improved as a result of really good community partnerships. And that's been noted by residents and by police commanders alike. The council should be leaning into that, not backing away. Talking of the council, the council surveyor has found that the building is structurally sound. There are no problems with the roof or the walls or the foundations, but we need to fix the heating system. And fixing the heating system and dealing with damp and mould will cost £280,000, which is a huge sum for a community group, but a drop in the ocean for the council's capital programme. Frankly, we should be seeking to get some of that money back from the existing tenants under dilapidations, but the council seems to not be willing or prepared to put on its big boy pants to do that. But never mind, we found the money anyway. All we have to do is give ourselves a little bit less admin, and these three communities, North West, Avonmouth and Lawrence Hill, can have the community facilities that they deserve. All we ask our colleagues across all the chambers to do is to do the right thing. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Heather Mack to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So the Green-led administration has been working hard for months with officers to provide this balanced budget that protects the most vulnerable, and we are confident that it does that. We've invited Labour members into the process via committees and via the finance subgroup. Yet, rather than constructive ideas earlier in the process to be worked up, we instead have this, talk broadly on the list of amendments, laughable medley of amendments with often ill thought through or just plain bad sources of funding, and often nice sounding, absolutely ideas that I support, but generally completely unrealistic suggestions for new spend. And we must consider both the source and the destination of the spend for each. Impressively out of the blocks, you've managed to produce one that's in this case, pretty terrible on both fronts. Firstly, cutting the chairs and the support. If the member had asked the question to Members' Forum, or even read the answer to a Members' Forum question in January, you would have got the answer that actually the Leader's Office and support has half the budget. We had £500,000 spent on the Mayor's Office, and it's half of that now for the support of the Leader's Office. We've already been asked that question from Labour and answered it. So a suggestion that we're overspending must mean they had real issues with the way the Mayor ran the council. And did we ever hear about it from your party then? I do think that good decisions come from good decision-making process. We have a lean team who help to coordinate our committees and our chairs. They're working to get good results for the city and not party political gain. Maybe we could look at some of their other allowances and spends under that same lens and have a think if they are really contributing to the city in a positive way. So now let's look at where the money is proposed to be spent on. And community and youth facilities are absolutely incredibly important. In fact, I've been doing a lot of work on the community asset transfer policy at the moment, because I really value how community groups use our buildings. And the key thing that we will be making sure is absolutely clear is community groups will not be asked to pay 2/3 of a market rate rent for use of a community building that we would pass on, which is what started to happen under the Labour administration. So we are strengthening that. We are making sure buildings are available at an affordable price to community groups, unlike the legacy that we were left with. As the previous Labour administration didn't seem to understand the value that these community groups do that are towards all of our goals for the city. And we will also make this asset transfer fair and based on need, and not the sort of political game playing that we previously did see in terms of which groups were getting them and what rate they were asked to pay.
20 seconds, Councillor.
Absolutely know about the need for funding in Avonmouth and Lawrence Western. We're looking at that plan. Eagle House, you came up with some figures, but we know that that is the figure to make it safe, not to make it a good space. We know that it needs more investment than that. You have been part of these conversations, and that's what I'm saying. This isn't a realistic amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up now.
And the amendment doesn't come up with any future funding.
Councillor Mack, your time's up. Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Stephen Williams to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Let's start with the positives from this. Part of this amendment is to propose a new capital fund to replicate the good work done by the Community Resilience Fund. Some fantastic work has been done across the city with that fund, and I actually commend the previous administration for putting that in place. We're going to be celebrating some of the outcomes of that fund on April the 22nd, and I hope my excellent predecessor is able to join us on that celebratory occasion. The 3 specific projects identified in the amendment are also really good suggestions. In Avonmouth and Lawrence Weston, I know from all my conversations around community cohesion that people on the edge of the city feel neglected, they feel unheard. So investment in all of our outer ring wards is welcome. I certainly value my relationship with Ambition Lawrence Weston. In Philwood, similar points could be made. And Eagle House, we know, as Heather has said, is a really difficult situation for us to solve, but we are determined to solve it in a way that has broad community support. And of course, that will complement the significant investment that is taking place on Philwood Broadway, delivering a new community centre and a new library as well. Barton Hill, Tenants Hall, that is something, again, a difficult site that we want to find a solution for. The leader and I visited the actual site of the former Tenants Hall last year with Shona and Yassin, and we're determined to find a way forward for that. So these projects and the wider projects are all very worthwhile projects, and they could have commanded all of our support. But that wasn't the intention, was it? You don't actually want us to vote for that, so that would spoil what you are going to say in your leaflets. We're used to these Labour games. They've tried it again and again over libraries, but we know they don't sincerely actually want us to support this amendment. This is worse, though. This is worse than what you've done before. We're used to political knockabouts. We can do it to each other in the chamber. We can all be civil afterwards. But the way you've chosen to finance the interest that you will need to finance the capital expenditure on this is worse than political cynicism. It is politically malign to single out the very small staff resource that supports the chairs since we've put in place. When we started, there was nothing. It is almost as if you wanted the system to fail.
20 seconds, Councillor.
Some staff resource has been put in place. You know who these individuals are. You haven't named them in your amendment, but you know who they are. So this isn't just politically malign, it's personally spiteful as well. And that's why we can't support this. We've got brilliant people who, from a standing start...
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Your time's up now.
Supporting the deputy
if you
leader.
Take a seat,
that's
please. Councillor Williams, your time's up. Thank you. I'd now like to call on Councillor Jonathan Hucker to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I'll keep my remarks relatively brief. We strongly support the objectives of this amendment, but we're not convinced of the means by which it would be achieved. It would mean pulling the proposed additional support for policy committees, not just for next year, but for every year for the next 25 years. Given that we don't know what the shape of the council will look like over that period of time, I think that we would struggle to support this amendment. So for that reason, it's our intention to abstain.
Thank you, Councillor Hucker. Councillor Peet, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before we vote on it? And if so, you have a minute.
Thank you. So I'd just like to clear up a few things. So first off, 14 million of council assets in Avonmouth has already been sold off. I don't think it's too much to potentially ask for 300,000 that would benefit the whole city. Secondly, it's been saying that we would make people redundant. This is not the case. This is a budgetary pressure for the next year that would imply recruitment. We're just arguing against that additional recruitment. You know what? I'm so tired of all of this. This is a farce.
Can we just let Councillor Peet continue, please? I'll give you an extra few seconds, okay?
this entire thing has been made through backroom deals to make each other look good. None of this is actually voting. This is not a real debate. We could actually, put together amendments that we have today that we really care about children. And instead, you're making it so political. There was no personal tax in this amendment, like you seem to have suggested. We just want to help youth services, and I don't think that's controversial.
Thank you, Councillor Peat. The amendment summary is shown on the screens around the room. This will be an e-vote, so please ensure you are in your allocated seats so that your vote is recorded accurately. You're voting on the amendment and the vote will be open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. We have a few technical difficulties, so please bear with us. Are there any more technical difficulties to report? No? Right, so that's 24, 38 against and 8 abstentions, so that amendment has fallen. Oh. So I have to declare it again. So that's 19 votes for, 39 against and 8 abstentions, so that has still fallen. Thank you. Right, so we now move on to amendment number 2, the Conservative Revenue Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue section of the budget. There will be one vote at the end of this debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Mark Weston to move the amendment, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. First of all, colleagues, you're welcome. Things were getting a little bit fractious, but now I have brought unity to the chamber. And I realise I'm as popular now as an outbreak of Ebola. So thank you very much. You're welcome, colleagues. Now, I realise the issue probably isn't so much what we're proposing to spend the money on, it is where we're taking it from. And we have, you may have noticed, brought similar proposals before. But that's actually because we think we do need to genuinely tackle the council tax reduction scheme. I mentioned earlier that the universal credit across the country rose by 1 million people last year. Now, every time that happens, we need to spend more on the council reduction scheme. The cost of it goes up and up. The revenue we lose goes up and up. So saying that we don't need to look at it, we think is wrong, when every other council, every other major city in the country has done so. We think we need to do so as well. Now, I realise that you're probably not going to change your minds despite the eloquence of my remarks, but we do think that considering the economic outlook of where it looks like we're going, the uncertainties in that model, the cost of government borrowing, the uncertainty when it comes to business rates, you're going to have to look at this because otherwise we're not sure the output is sustainable. But let's just reflect a moment on what we are trying to spend the money on. So we do think we need to spend more on parks maintenance. One of the few good things that came out of COVID, other than me catching up on the Rugby World Cup through YouTube, was that we actually, as a community, started to discover our parks more. We wandered all over them, we've enjoyed them. Blaze in particular is obviously the jewel in our city crown, I'm sure you'd all agree. But that put a huge amount of wear and tear on those resources that we've never actually caught up on. And it's actually the basic stuff, it's the unsexy stuff, it's the footpaths, it's stuff you don't actually apply for when it comes to SIL grants, and it seems to be the bottom of the pecking order. But actually when it comes to things like lighting and all the rest of it, we do need to spend money on it. We do need to spend money on sports, which has actually been touched on earlier. It's going to be on some future amendments as well. Future amendments that probably stand slightly more chance of passing than this one. But we do need to look at things like that. And we do need to look at our library service, which I'm sure you would agree on. And actually the self-service library facility has been great. I actually, when it first came in, thought it would be like the sacking of Troy. That, you know, we go in there and it'll all be run amok. And actually the only incident that I know of someone abusing the system was in Westbury, of all places. I know, someone had a few too much to drink on the way home. They staggered into the library, fell asleep under the table, and set the alarms off when they left the next morning. Apparently the CCTV video, and I know, it was a good night, but I got away with it. So I do believe we need to look at the council direction scheme. I do believe what we're spending it on is right.
You have 10
again,
seconds,
you are
Councillor.
welcome for the unity I now bring to my colleagues at large. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to call on Councillor Jonathan Hucker to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sure that all members would welcome the investment in frontline services that it's proposed in our amendment. In particular, parks, neighbourhoods, community safety, sports facilities, libraries, and support for young adults as they transition from children's services to adult social care. The question, therefore, is how these improvements can be funded. I welcome the financial settlement provided by the Labour government. Despite the reduction in grants, allowing us to keep much more in business rates is good for Bristol. However, it is not without risk. If the formula had remained the same, then income from business rates would have been over 10 million lower in 26-27 compared with 25-26 because of a reduction in rateable values and an increase in mandatory business rate reliefs. We must therefore do all we can to ensure the Council's income is from sustainable sources. Reform of the Council Tax Reduction Scheme helps to achieve this aim. It would provide a permanent additional revenue stream. The Finance Subcommittee was not presented with options for reform of the CTRS to consider, and it was not included in the Council Tax consultation. Residents should have been given the opportunity to provide their views on options for reform. Of all the core cities, only Bristol and Newcastle have schemes which potentially provide a 100% reduction for people of working age. Our amendment proposes a modest reform which would see Bristol provide a reduction of 85%. If accepted, Bristol will still be offering a larger reduction than nearly all the other core cities. And Bristol would still operate a scheme that is considerably more generous than any of our neighbouring authorities. Low-income households in Bristol would continue to qualify for a very substantial reduction, which is only fair. Please support our amendment. It is sustainable, it is fair, and it avoids the need to make cuts elsewhere. I realise that seconding this amendment feels a bit like Daniel stepping into the lion's den. We know the odds, we know the likely outcome, and we know the votes may not fall our way. But Daniel stood firm because he believed the truth was worth defending. We are putting forward this amendment because it is the right thing to do, even if it is not the popular thing to do in this chamber. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Cam Hayward to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Take from the poor and give to the rich. It was a mantra that once belonged to the Tories. Now they have to share it with the Labour Party. It is the same mindset that has led to the steady decline of this country, not just in recent years, but for almost half a century under both the Conservatives and Labour. Infrastructure left to crumble and vital resources sold off to line their own pockets. Council funding cut to the bone and local services hollowed out. Entire communities abandoned and left to fend for themselves. It's no wonder that people are rejecting these two tired old parties and looking for alternatives. I am so proud that the Green Party is stepping up to fill that void, here in Bristol, in Manchester and all across the country. A Green Party that stands up to vested interests, puts people and communities first and protects the most vulnerable in our society. A Green Party that gives people hope for a better future. This amendment does the opposite. It is callous, cruel and attacks the most vulnerable in our city. The council tax reduction scheme is a vital last line of defence to shield 25,000 households in our city from a broken council tax system, including hundreds of residents in each of your wards. I could talk about how the council tax reduction scheme is only necessary because the Conservative government cut council tax benefit in 2013 and shifted the burden onto local councils. But actually, it goes much deeper than that. Council tax is a regressive system that punishes the average person and fails to get the wealthiest to pay their fair share. If we really want to fix how councils are funded, we need to stop patching up a broken system and start replacing it. There are alternatives used in other countries all around the world, such as ring-fencing a portion of income tax for local councils. The Green Party favours a land value tax, where those who own the most valuable land contribute more, easing the burden on ordinary people. It's simple, really. Tax wealth fairly so we can fund services properly. The Labour government has an opportunity to turn the page on council tax, but they have shown no appetite for progressive change or tackling inequality, so I'm not holding my breath. The Tories, on the other hand, claim they are the party of low taxes. But here they are, trying to increase the taxes for the poorest again. And for what? To reduce car parking charges. It's not just regressive, it's silly. All it does is deepen the hardship faced by those who need us most in this Tory cost of living crisis. We will be voting against this amendment. I ask the other parties to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Tom Blenkinsop to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will apologise briefly to the assembled councillors because in deference to the amount we have to get through today, this speech is longer than I planned. I was persuaded, however, by my group leader and the whip and other colleagues that my speech should consist of more than 2 words. For clarity, the second word was off. I am smiling, but I am very furious. And like the movie I stole that line from, The Death of Stalin, which I can heartily recommend, it seems the Tories are where original ideas go to whimper and die. Last year, I entertained a very similar proposal, in good faith. At the time, our financial circumstances seemed less rosy. Fortunately, thanks to this Labour government, and yes, I will keep doing this, I can assure certain councillors that the more they shout about austerity, the more I will mention it. £161 million versus £4.3 million under the Conservatives' last multi-year settlement. I assume certain councillors are able to count. That is financial reality. So this is pretty poor. It offers very little for the council in this city. Unlike some of my colleagues, I do have a grudging respect for some of the Conservative councillors, but I do not respect what they've brought forward. It is financially illiterate. I note Councillor Galandris' stirring speech against basic income, but it is clear you cannot wring money from those who don't have it. This will not result in sufficient income to justify the administrative costs. Even if it approached that, which it doesn't, it would still have to attend with the additional costs that would be placed directly on the council from people becoming destitute. I agree with the Green Party councillor, it is morally bankrupt. While I admire Councillor Weston's frankness in being, and self-admitted, a black-hearted, manipulative, evil politician, that does... I'm afraid I admire much about you, Councillor Weston, but I cannot admire your ethics in this proposal. This would cause immeasurable harm for little gain. In fact, I'd say it's kind of politically insane. If we can't get good amendments through, I'm not sure how you... Well, then again, you don't seem to have expected to get this through. It's bold. Some would call it brass neck. You've said it's consistent. I would say it's intellectually lazy, I'm afraid. You do have some good things you want to invest in. But I have a sneaking suspicion that not even you, not even the Conservative Party, believe in this anymore. It's just here for the sake of tradition in true Tory fashion. I would even say that secretly you are dying for that unity. The woke mind virus has got to members of your party, Councillor Weston. You have embraced recycling. Just last week, I spoke to Councillor Galandris about putting a disabled loo in the Seamills Library, and he approved.
20 seconds, Councillor.
I've heard you have a union shop steward, and of course, that famous committed socialist, Councillor, perhaps comrade, Eddie. So I implore you, join the woke side of the force and stop bringing this through.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Andrew Varney to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I think it's pretty clear I'm not the only member in this chamber today that has this overwhelming feeling of déjà vu. We've heard it all before. Was it last year? Was it the year before that? Maybe the year before that. It seems as though every year the Conservative Party amendment puts forward some, let's be honest, some reasonable suggestions of how we should spend some money. So, for example, extra funding for youth transition, very important, increasing neighbourhood enforcement team, people really want that, more money for our parks, invaluable, beautiful green spaces, reducing the bulky waste fee, helping to reduce the amount of fly tipping across our city. Really sensible ideas that the council could and should get behind, but then they go and spoil it all by saying something stupid like, we're going to cut the council tax reduction scheme. So officers clearly warn that changes to the CTRS would disproportionately affect those already struggling. And they single out disabled people and their carers, single parents, especially women, low-income renters and people from minoritized ethnic groups. This Conservative amendment is in effect a huge council tax rise on those who can least afford it. Now, removing support for those most in need increases the risk of hardship and financial instability. It doesn't have to be this way. There are so much better and fairer ways to fund the sensible suggestions that the Conservative Party have brought forward. My own group, for example, have 3 excellent amendments today, which I'm sure we can all support. So ideas for improving transport, street cleansing, road repairs, environmental improvements, without cutting essential support to low-income families. So thank you for the sensible ideas once again. But the Liberal Democrats cannot and will not support any amendment that funds new projects by increasing the financial burden on vulnerable residents. And now I'm going to file away this speech very carefully and bring it out again next year. Thank you very much, Mark.
Thank you, Councillor Varney. Councillor Weston, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before the vote moves on?
Nothing would give me more pleasure, my Lord Mayor.
One minute.
1 minute. Oh, Lord, OK. First of all, I have to... first, Councillor Blenkinsop, please, afterwards, I need you to record a message to my daughter telling her how woke I am. She will be surprised... but I want you to do it anyway, OK? Can I thank Green colleagues? I must say, it's spectacular when you're punching at me and then you land a blow on them. I admire that haymaker through it. Intellectually lazy was one comment. It's actually just, we actually think you need to do it. And we're going to keep bringing this back. I look forward to the speech next year. If you could, yeah, that's all good. I do remember, though, the last time this was actually consulted on, it was actually backed by the city in the consultation. So
20 seconds, Councillor.
We're out on our own, but actually this was approved in those consultations. We think you need to do it, but I suspect I know the way the vote is going to go. So I guess the unity we're about to see is about to end. But for right now, thank you, comrades.
Thank you, Councillor. The amendment summary is shown on the screen. This again will be an e-vote, so please make sure you're in your allocated seats, and the voting will be open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. Right, so we have 6 votes for, 61 against and 0 abstentions, so that amendment has fallen. We are running ahead of schedule, so we were due a 10-minute adjournment now. So did you want the adjournment now or after? You'd like it now? Okay, then see you all at 22. Right, then I think we've all returned. So we will move on to our next amendment, which is amendment number 3, the Labour Revenue and Capital Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue and capital section of the budget, and there will be one vote at the end of the debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Tim Rippington to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do not intend to reopen the debate on Park Street here today. A 4-hour meeting at the Transport Committee last week was quite enough. However, I am grateful to be given the chance to debate how we might spend £8 million of clean air zone receipts on ways to improve our city. The Green Party does not have a monopoly on good ideas, said the leader of the council, and judging by the Conservative and Liberal Democrat amendments, there are some common themes emerging. Even if these amendments fall, I hope that the Chair of the Transport Committee will give these ideas some serious thought over the next few weeks. This week sees the publication of a really important new transport policy report led by the University of Bristol. The report confirms some things that we already knew. Wards with worse transport also showed dramatically worse outcomes for safety, health, food security and mental well-being. Some suggestions in the report are already being tackled. As a result of a successful cross-party task and finish group, our night buses were introduced last year using CAS and bus grant funding from government. We can expand that service. We also introduced new daytime buses to start filling the gaps. But we can do more. Bus reform is coming, but we must act now rather than wait and hope for a better solution further down the road. And there are other priorities that stretch right across the city. We propose to spend this money on some of the most neglected areas: drains, potholes, road markings. The BBC Sunday Politics mistakenly thought council policy was to not replace any road markings rather than just centre lines. But looking around at the state of our roads, well, who can blame them? The council's budget for refreshing them is only £33,000 a year. In practice, it's topped up from the CAS anyway, but this should be formalised. It's a basic service, the bare minimum that taxpayers expect. The same goes for drains. It's not glamorous, but they always seem to be overflowing. This impacts people's ability to travel around the city. You won't fix a Victorian system with £500,000, but auditing them, unblocking them and developing plans for future works should really be happening already. Now, I expect many councillors have raised a complaint about a public right-of-way, only to be told there's no budget to fix it. I've got one in my ward which has been in the pipeline for 5 years now. At £50,000 a year, the budget, that's no surprise. We could get a lot done by increasing this. Now, full council has backed Labour motions aimed at improving safety for women and girls. One of the things it calls for is lighting improvements. £1 million could go a long way towards making our highways and our footpaths feel much safer. So I commend this amendment and I hope we will have some support for these proposals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councillor Kaz-Self to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This amendment will take millions of pounds of CAS money and put it into better buses and improvements in our highways. Under a Labour Metro Mayor, we've introduced clean electric buses and kids have gone free during the school holidays, helping families from deprived areas with the cost of living. Helen Godwin has a transport vision for the region with £752 million of funding already pledged by this Labour government. In the first year of operation of the CAS, introduced by a Labour Mayor, NO2 emissions went down by 13% in the zone. Under 8 years of Marvin Rees, at one location in the centre, we saw NO2 emissions reduced from 66 to 38 micrograms per metre cubed. That's good news for those who want to visit the faded artwork, like my residents of Southmead, who are desperate to see the embarrassing disappointment, henceforth known as Mac's mural. We could use Clean Air Zone money to improve our buses, just as we did in the first task and finish group I took part in. I've personally called for more night buses and seen them introduced alongside new buses funded by CAS. Having to wait at a bus stop on a cold, miserable, rainy day, or finding that the bus is full, these are things that put people off using the buses. Better buses must mean a more frequent service, more capacity at peak times, and buses that connect all parts of the city, including the suburbs. The Green Party moan that Labour don't participate in the committee system, and then they complain when we do. Colleagues, I have voted for about £30 million worth of transport improvements in this city since 2024. They will say that we're not pushing ahead with sustainable transport solutions for the city. Well, I disagree. Here are just some of the things I've voted for. A dedicated cycle route on Temple Way, spending CAS money on supported bus services, improvements on Redcliffe Way and Bedminster Bridges, Union Street, announced today, A37 bus and transport improvements. Labour have supported millions of pounds of investment as part of the CRSTS. So I ask all of you today, do you think things in this amendment show contempt for the people of Bristol? Or do you think that they show that we care about the same things as our citizens, like better buses, repainting road markings, making highways better? Green Party members, you state your own whipped, and you make a big play of it to the media. This is your chance, Green Party, and all of you here today, to show that you care about the things in this amendment. Do you want more buses? Do you want better highways? Do you want better lighting to improve safety for women and girls? Do you want to repaint road markings and zebra crossings? Because if you do,
20 seconds,
then this is your chance, and vote for this amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Ed Plowden to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And of course we want all of those things. But we shouldn't be debating this. The funding should have been invested in our legal obligation to clean up our air in the shortest time possible, which Park Street was proven to do. But the other party's response to our legal obligation was basically, see you in court. The risk of challenge has not gone away, and we await the government's response to last week's decision. Itself a reason to vote this down. We may still need the funding. Yesterday, a week too late, WECA published a document that claims we will support highway authority partners in delivering bus priority measures, except when it instinctively doesn't seem to feel right. We heard literally unbelievable Labour arguments against what used to be their own proposal. Tom worrying about air quality by the hospital, but neither the experts nor the BRI are. He hasn't understood the reason why peak hours only won't work, or it didn't fit his predetermined narrative. CAS demanding empirical evidence, despite the hundreds of pages of expert modelling evidence based on science. Tim kindly providing the empirical evidence. Despite hundreds of pages of evidence, he popped out one lunchtime. I took some photos. It's not that bad. Tim then saying clean air funding is not the right funding to clean the air. Patently absurd, but presumably on the basis that the Park Street proposal also has benefits for the economy, buses, the built environment, road safety, a return on investment of £6 for every pound. Under the Park Street proposals, buses alone would have benefited forever and a day. The full business case shows the benefit to buses alone is £20 million over 20 years. Surely better than supporting buses for 3 years, and then what? Bristol Labour, like Michael Gove, has had enough of experts. But enough of last week. There is a lot to like in this amendment. We all want, it's a wish list, but, I'd be happy to invest in more bus services, investment in drainage. We're already investing in white lines. It's, of course, blighted by the absurd pork barrel line about resurfacing a road in Tom's own ward, which he knows damn well is programmed already. It's blighted by an overall failure to see the additional £9 million invested into road maintenance already in this budget. The trap here, of course, is that Labour win by claiming a victory or win by claiming that we don't care about potholes, when the reality is not either or. We are upping the budgets for maintenance, for lining, for drainage anyway, after the terrible legacy of the last Labour administration, who starved the funding for maintenance and for transport. Frankly, all of this has to come through committee anyway. We'll bring proposals to the May committee trying to get the best bits of both amendments, Lib Dem and Labour, actually based on officer recommendations and
20 seconds, Councillor.
Liaison, and indeed informed by the realism and real-life expertise of our officers. So I urge you not to support this amendment. Let us bring something well-crafted, based on the spirit of the list, but also based on realism and effectiveness. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Joss Clark to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you. I just wanted to pick up on one point before I've got a few words to say, but the white line replacement, I believe it's 2 wards per year, and I'm really hoping that those priorities for the 2 wards that get their white lines done is going to be evenly distributed around the city, because we have a real shocker, I know, in Philwood, Hengrove Ward. There's a real shocker which needs looking at, and I think it has come across your desk already. But that's an aside, really, but just to pick up on that point. But coming back to the amendment, our group has consistently opposed the Park Street scheme, a project inherited from the previous administration and one that has never reflected the city's most pressing needs. This amendment allows us to redirect that funding into a set of practical, targeted improvements. The proposed revenue measures include drain clearance, supported buses, refreshing road markings, and rights-of-way upgrades are exactly the kind of routine services residents rely on. On the capital spending, investments in lighting, resurfacing, the bus stop resilience, the bus stop resilience all addresses long-standing service pressures. We note the services condition regarding bus shelter replacement and insurance recovery, which I know is something that we've dealt with previously at previous full councils, and the complexities around resurfacing Filton Road, beg your pardon, including compliance with LN2 1/20 and reordering of the gasworks. These are soluble issues within the normal project delivery and can be resolved with time and a goodwill. Ultimately, this amendment places money where it will have the greatest immediate benefit to communities across Bristol, and for that reason, our group will be supporting the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Mark Weston to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I sense that feeling of unity has evaporated on this amendment that you so enjoyed earlier on. My group actually ummed and ahed about this one quite a lot. And the reason is actually we preferred Amendment 5, if I'm honest. It had slightly less pork barrelling in it than Amendment 3. But we are going to back Amendment 3 because it does still have good stuff in there and we're not sure we get 5 through. It's like we said earlier on, I don't believe that the Park Street scheme should ever have seen the light of day. And I realise it was come up under the last administration, brought forward by yours. We disagree on that one. But at least we're consistent on that one. Black-hearted politician that I am. We like consistency. I don't think it should have been the priority. But actually what we do have is we have a number of issues across the city that have never seemed to receive the headlines that they should. And actually it's what a lot of our residents want when they just want the basics done right. And then largely we want the council to leave them alone, if I'm honest about it. So they do want to see the potholes repaired. They do want to see the white lines earmarked. And actually, I know the budget's going up, and that's a good thing in the budget. I do accept that. But if it's 2 wards, and when I've chatted to officers, it's those 2 wards based on where there are most complaints or most white lines faded. So actually, we could be at the bottom. You could have a critical junction, you know, like the Crow Lane roundabout. If anyone's been on that, it's actually a major access point to the city. And the markings are completely gone. But if the rest of the ward doesn't have quite such evaporated lines, you won't get it done for a few years. That seems an absurd way to do that. So the only way to get around that is to put more money into the resource. Additionally, we have numerous paths which simply aren't safe because of poor lighting. And actually, if we want to encourage people to do active travel, they have to be safe while they're doing it. So the scheme does do that. So on reflection on it, we will be backing the amendment today. It's not perfect. We would have preferred 5, but it still does a lot of what we would like to see. So we will be backing it. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Rippington, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before we go to the vote?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, thank you to Lib Dem and Tory colleagues for backing us on this one. Just want to say to Ed, there was a proposal on the table that the West of England Combined Authority were happy to accept, and we were going to accept at one point, for a timed bus gate for a limited period of time to assess how that would work in peak hours, and we threw that out. So we threw away that CRSTS funding to bring forward something to committee that we knew may not pass. So that was a risk that's taken because the committee system is the committee system, and you didn't have the votes to get it on your own. So you took a risk and you lost. So I don't understand why there's so much complaint about the fact that the committee system has thrown up a result that you didn't like, because that is what the system is for. Now, I think we'll move to the vote after that, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. The amendment summary is shown on the screens around the room, hopefully, or was. Again, this will be an e-vote, so please ensure you're in your allocated seats and you're voting on the amendment. And it's open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. Thank you. We have 33 votes for, 35 against and 0 abstentions, so that amendment has fallen. We now move on to amendment number 4, the Labour Revenue and Capital Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue and capital section of the budget, and again there'll be a vote at the end of the debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Emily Clark to move the amendment.
Thank you. So I have the pleasure of taking on the baton and talking about the Downs changing rooms. People from all corners of this city meet to play sport on the Downs. Everything from football to Quidditch gets played there, and it's the home of the very successful Downs Football League. You might question the need for this amendment when, regardless of the state of the changing rooms, so many, mainly men from across the city, convene there at weekends to play football. But from my perspective, this isn't about the people who already rock up there on a Saturday afternoon. This is about making the Downs an accessible place for all to play sport. The Downs should be for everyone. I thought about taking a leaf out of Zoe's book and bringing pictures of the black mould and rotting ceiling in the changing rooms, but I don't want to elongate an already 5+ hour meeting. Let me just reassure you all that the state of them is horrendous. They don't meet modern standards and they are a health hazard. Last year, if I remember correctly, there was consensus that spending money on the changing rooms was a good thing, but there was a debate about the process for using strategic SIL. 12 months on, the strategic SIL prioritisation process is no clearer, and hundreds of thousands of pounds of strategic SIL is being allocated with no committee approval. We are giving full council an opportunity today to debate the spending and hopefully to decide to put it towards the Downs changing rooms. Now, I want to be really clear, that's not to say that the Cascade Steps landing stage shouldn't be replaced. It's a necessary project and I hope it goes ahead, but it's being funded from the wrong budget. It is a general capital maintenance project. The council's capital budget is consistently underspent. This year, 20p in every £1 assigned went unspent, so this project should be in the capital programme, and as I say, I hope it goes ahead. But so too, the refurbishment of the Downs changing rooms should also go ahead. Finally, if I can say a word or two about the money proposed for increasing participation in sport. We know that there is not a level playing field. Girls are 22% less likely than boys to play team sports. 1 in 4 LGBTQ+ people do not feel welcome in community sports groups. Many disabled people say they would like to be more physically active, and economic inequality remains a barrier to participation. Most of us in this room care deeply, I think, about equality, and equality means ensuring that opportunities are for everyone. Sport also has an incredible ability to bring people together and overcome division, something that I think we all can agree that we need to see more of at the moment. From a public health perspective, I'm not telling you anything new when I say that prevention means getting people into sport. Of course, I would really like this to be more money, but it's a start. So please do support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Ellie King to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I first want to pay tribute to my friend, Councillor Dudd, who has championed this issue for as long as I've known him. The Downs League brings together teams from across Bristol, hosting over 400 grassroots matches a season in one central location. In an increasingly fragmented world, this is what community looks like. To keep this thriving, we need investment in quality facilities appropriate for all users, particularly groups who are underrepresented in sport. But this is just one element of creating an inclusive sports strategy that should also look at pitch quality and quantity in the context of climate resilience and sport. The FA estimates 120,000 grassroots matches are cancelled annually in the UK due to poor pitch conditions, a figure rising as wetter, warmer or extreme weather overwhelms drainage and waterlogs pitches. Bristol's own playing pitch strategy consultation shows many pitches are rated poor, needing resurfacing, drainage upgrades and better changing rooms and lighting. I've lost count of the number of games my child has had cancelled due to waterlogged pitches, and I'm sure this frustration is shared by Councillor Shabalala, who I occasionally bump into at youth football matches. 90% of grassroots clubs faced cancellations last season, costing around £120 million in lost matches and closures, a financial burden that small clubs simply cannot afford to foot. This matters for growing disability girls and women's football too. Sport can and should be a tool for climate adaptation. The last Labour administration showed leadership on this with multi-million-pound investments in leisure centres, creating modern, inclusive activity hubs across the city. I was pleased to see Eastern Leisure Centre celebrate the completion of their renovations recently. We must build on that and show Bristol we understand that every child and adult deserves the chance to play sport. So this is more than a call for the Downs changing rooms to be renovated. This is a call for a holistic, strategic investment in sport and a democratic process for how we allocate strategic SIL, which should support the health and cohesion of our communities. This is not trying to be a divisive amendment. It genuinely saddens me that, along with other amendments we have heard today, that has been called laughable by the Deputy Leader. It would be popular across the city, and it is proposed in good faith. We are told by the Council Leader that no party has a monopoly on good ideas. This is a good idea. I was proud to vote in support of a bid to host the Women's World Cup. And with England co-hosting the Euros in 2028, the next generation of kids will be inspired to play the beautiful game. I want to see Bristol's reputation in sport continue to grow, and I would welcome the opportunity to work together to make Bristol a leader in inclusive, climate-smart sport. Let's show Bristol we value sport. Please vote for this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Shabalala to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you. This amendment presents itself as a savings. It's not. I have the engineering evidence before me. The WSP structure report is clear. The timber, the superstructure of the Cascade Steps, has reached its end of life. The report identifies wood rot, fracturing of supported joints, failed connections, with screws losing their grip. Because of the timber beneath is decaying. In 2022, a member of the public fell through the decks. Since then, the decks have continued to further decay. This is a structural issue. The findings of the report inform the capital bid submitted through Council's standards process. The proposal was assessed, prioritised, and included in the draft reports the same way all other capital schemes are submitted. Just to explain, this started in 2022. That's when the strategic infrastructure survey was done. It is only now that the Green administration aims to resolve this fundamental issue. This is not a late addition. This is not a late addition. It is the outcome of technical review and an established governance process. The project now requires 900,000 in capital works, and it can't be delayed. Officers have advised that without funding, the landing stage will have to be taken out of service. A vote against this amendment is a prioritization of the city's water gateway. You would be demonstrating that you choose public safety and asset stewardship for the many. You would be taking steps months before the Harbour Festival for for the Harbour Festival strategy, this platform is a critical asset. Mark, you mentioned earlier about the investment from outer Bristol versus inner Bristol. And just to explain to you that the investment made in the inner city is because of the outflux of people coming from out of Bristol coming in. And therefore, all that population working in the city centre makes the intense need that we need to do with this infrastructure. So it is clear, removing this allocation does not save money. It leaves a failed structure without a funded solution. Not funding this will impact local trade.
20 seconds, Councillor.
And the engineering evidence is clear. The governance process has been followed. We will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Andrew Brown to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So this amendment is a bit of a tale of two halves, because the revenue portion of it does have some merit and could have been supportable if it had been left at that. But there's the capital proposals. And I'm going to talk about Cascade Steps landing stage as well. You'd expect me to. I'm the chair of the Harbour Committee. My reading of the council papers is that the allocation is not of strategic hill. It's in the capital programme. It's not listed under the projects that are being funded through the strategic hill process this year. And that capital allocation process is done, as Sibs has pointed out, after a prioritisation process which objectively assesses the city's needs. Now, I'm aware that the harbour infrastructure represents a significant part of that capital budget, but that's a reflection of its unique character and also a legacy of decades of underinvestment that the council is having to put right. The previous administration treated the harbour as an afterthought and left it to the incoming committee system to reset relationships with the stakeholders, implement a ring-fenced account, establish a strategy to achieve a balanced revenue position over the coming years. We are moving ahead with a place-shaping strategy, a commercial prospectus that will facilitate the investment in the harbour, get it to that balanced position, as well as investing in the technical infrastructure that keeps the water at just the right level. The Cascade landing steps is symptomatic of the wider inheritance, an essential piece of infrastructure serving commercial ferry operators and supporting access to the water that has been allowed to get to the end of its life. If we remove this funding today, we face a real risk that we will end up with it being closed for health and safety reasons, disadvantaging the residents, visitors and businesses of this city alike. On the flip side, the suggestion is that this could be invested in changing rooms on the Downs. But the movers of this motion know that the Council has been working on a playing pitch strategy and a bulk facility strategy that will be coming to the Public Health and Communities Committee later this year. Surely that's the point at which funding priorities should be reviewed and decided upon. There was talk of strategic investment into sports within the city, and that's good and that's welcome, but this isn't strategic investment. This amendment, this is a one-off allocation from one part of the city that desperately needs funding to another part of the city. My group will be voting against this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor John Galandris to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The Conservative Group recognises and applauds the aspiration to improve sports participation in Bristol and specifically to help facilitate the refurbishment of the Downs changing rooms, which are used by sports teams of all ages, including children from right across the whole of Bristol. The Downs changing rooms are in dire need of renovation, and as a council we can't just keep kicking this political football down the road. The proposed funding will not cover the total cost of the refurbishment, but will act as a pump primer and is very likely to generate match funding from organisations such as the FA, the Football Foundation, the National Lottery and local donors. However, the source of the funding for this budget amendment is unacceptable to my group, as it puts at risk critical infrastructure on the harbour side. Removing this funding could see the much-used ferry service close, the Harbour Festival jeopardised, and there are health and safety implications right in the city centre. That's simply too great a risk to take, and we share the concerns already articulated by the previous two speakers. Accordingly, we will be abstaining on this amendment but would urge the administration to investigate ways of supporting the long overdue refurbishment of the Downs changing rooms. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Paula O'Rourke to speak.
Thank you all. Things look a bit different from this side of the chamber. I do actually feel really very passionately about this. I mean, I've been on the Downs Committee for 8 years. People are saying there's been a lot of talk about strategies. There's a lot of talk about a lot of things for a lot of times, and things don't actually happen. And I'm going to use my 3 minutes to try to persuade you that this is not either or. I can see that people are concerned about taking money away from a central facility like the Harbour Steps and the Cascade Steps and the ferry. It's all really important. But I don't think we need to do that. It's not either or. You can actually have both. The Downs Committee have got plans to develop the changing rooms. But in order to do that, it's going to take a long time. But we do need, as somebody said, funding there to prime the pump and to get the match funding. If this money is allocated to the Downs Committee, the money sits in the account. I'm looking at the indicative scheme allocation up until 2030. Next year, there's a surplus of 3 million. The following year, there's a surplus of about $500,000, and then it rises to over, many millions the following year. It doesn't run out to neutral amount of money until 2030. It's indicative. Everybody knows that this is going to be re-looked at again. So I'm pleading with you to support the amendment, because what you can do then, if you do that, that money will not come out of the strategic fund. If it's needed, and the policy says, you can shift money around. So I'm asking you to take the chance. The Cascade Steps will be fixed this year, as everybody wants. The money for the Downs Committee will sit in the account for 2, 3, 4 years while money is raised, plans are drawn up, applications are put in, and approvals given before the money is needed. So you can give the Downs Committee the opportunity to say to other organisations and to philanthropists and to people who might actually pump this and get it going, we've already got £600,000. Can you match that? That's what we're doing. I think our citizens and the taxpayers want us to be clever. It's not a big risk at all. Fix the steps this year. You've got, as I said, 3 million in surplus next year. It's indicative. Everybody has said it's going to be re-looked at again. So today, vote yes, sort out the Downs once and for all, stop talking about it, prime the pump, and thank you, prime the pump, and let the Downs Committee get on with raising the money to actually do something. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before it's voted on?
Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for their speeches. Obviously, some I preferred to others, but genuinely, I am very grateful for all of them. And I do just want to reiterate, we do think that the Cascade Steps landing stage needs to be replaced, but as I said, we don't think it is a choice of one or the other. These projects should both go ahead. And as for investment for the playing pitch strategy, absolutely, I hope we get that investment. I think we all here really, really want to see that. So yeah, please do vote for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. The amendment summary is shown on the screen. And again, this will be an e-vote, so please ensure you're in your allocated seats, and the voting will be open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. Right, so we have 21 votes for, 38 against and 8 abstentions, so that has fallen. We now move on to Amendment 5, Liberal Democrats Revenue and Capital Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue and capital section of the budget, and there will obviously be a vote at the end. So I'd like to call on Councillor Caroline Gooch to move the amendment.
This Liberal Democrat amendment, sorry, I need my glasses. Sorry, start again. This Liberal Democrat amendment seeks to reallocate the £8 million tied to the now cancelled Park Street bus gate project and spending £2.5 million on improvements and returning the remaining £5.5 million to the pot for the Transport and Connectivity Committee to use as they see fit. Maybe some of Amendment 3, such as gully clearance and lighting improvements, could still come through from the committee. Our Park Street amendment identifies priorities that Bristolians would like to see the money spent on rather than the unpopular project that risks not only worsening pollution outside the BRI and Children's Hospital, but also delaying ambulance access. Quality of life data currently shows that 79.4% of people living in Bristol think that conditions of their local road surfaces are a problem. We are seeking to spend £1.5 million on additional road repairs, including resurfacing and potholes, to improve conditions for all road users, including cyclists and buses. To ensure roadside directions are clear and visible, we are looking to boost spending on roadside maintenance by £500,000 to clean up graffiti and dirt and replace broken signs, work which hasn't taken place for some time, leaving unreadable road signs and keep left signs and Belisha beacons so filthy that they are invisible in the dark. When safety infrastructure is not clean and bright, it ceases to be safety infrastructure and becomes a hazard in itself. We can't wait any longer to clean these up. Finally, to ensure that electric vehicles can be accessible to all, we are calling for £500,000 of investment in additional on-street electric chargers. This would help those who don't have off-street parking to move to using electric vehicles. This is a modest amendment, but would provide money for vital infrastructure work and start making our city look and feel just a little bit better for all. Please support Amendment 5.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Tim Kent to second the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So in seconding the amendment, I'm going to concentrate on the issue of road maintenance. I think if you ask anyone in our city their opinion of the state of our roads, you will get a consistent answer. We do like consistency in this chamber, don't we? And that would be pretty bad. And this is actually backed up by our own statistics. It's not just the opinion on the street. Our own stats show that a road condition has altered. So previously 8.6% of all A roads were red rated. Now 9.9% are red rated in 2024. B roads, 10.5% were red rated in 2020. Now 12.4% are red rated in 2024. And this goes on. Actually, U roads, a very, very slight improvement, although I have no idea what a U road is. But overall, the condition, well, it could be, yeah, unadopted, yeah, which ironically we don't legally have to repair. But those are getting better, very, very slightly. So the condition of our roads are getting worse. That won't come as a shock to anyone in this chamber. That won't come as a shock to anyone in the city. We all know that not enough is being spent on infrastructure. And what is a condition of that? Well, a condition of that is, of course, potholes then increase. And so we have seen in 2020, we repaired 2,658 potholes. In 2024, we repaired 4,398 potholes. That is a sign that our road conditions are getting worse. So our amendment would see a significant increase in road maintenance. So that doesn't just allow us to fill potholes, that makes sure those potholes don't actually appear in the first place by making sure we're putting forward those improvements. And let's be clear, there is a significant deterioration that requires intervention. That is the official wording of what red means. a significant deterioration that requires intervention. So now we have left a substantial amount of money there to go back to the committee to decide on. I think pretty much universally everyone in this chamber would agree that we need to spend more on road maintenance. It helps cyclists, it helps bus users, it helps car users altogether. So I think here's a chance we could all actually agree on something, get this through, and then take back the vast majority of the funding back to the Transport Committee, hopefully at their next meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Ed Plowden to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So once again, we're debating an amendment based on a smash and grab on the budget for Park Street. A project with a benefit-cost ratio over 6 to 1 potentially made it one of the most transformative and good value for money projects we could have delivered. The Tories, I'd have thought you might, with all your accountants, would understand an astonishing return on investment based on Treasury appraisal rules. But let's have a look at this wish list, remembering that it must demonstrably benefit air quality, as it is the revenue from CAS. So yes, dealing with potholes, drains and road markings help people feel safer, especially people on foot and bike, and we're already using CAS money for these purposes. And it's true that many of our road signs are looking tatty, but I'm not sure quite sure how cleaning road signs will massively help with air quality. Someone's going to have to explain that logic to me and the auditors. The additional funding for road repairs is already in this budget, a 66% increase in drainage budgets, £1 million extra for lining over the next 2 years, upping the budget from just £33,000 per annum. That's in this budget, comes out of CAS funds already. And let's be clear, 2 crews are going around ward by ward and 2 are responding to real problems via the casework system, but not when it's raining. And actually, the state of our roads is declining because of the increasing freak weather, because of the climate emergency. The officer comments on electrical charges was they could not deliver this, but it's still listed. We're already rolling out fast chargers and lamppost chargers. 150 of the latter are going across the city right now. We've got over 3 million already to deliver more EV charging in the next 2 years, and it's going to be nigh on impossible to deliver any faster. I actually misread your proposal. I thought you were saying that you wanted £5 million of local transport projects rolled out over the next 2 years from a standing start. So yes, there's already £10 million in reserve from CAS for local transport projects. We allocated £2 million last July, and we're going to work through the area committee process and use our new Improve My Street tool this spring to bring a realistic pipeline of local projects, and we aim to bring a report to committee next July. So this whole list of proposals, I can't really call them extra projects, reads a bit like the back of a fag packet list, cobbled together in a hurry when the Park Street paper was shared and an opportunity presented itself. We can all agree that after years of neglect, we need to up our maintenance budgets, and we're already doing that. A significant increase of funding over a number of years, sensible, unflashy, pragmatic, and most of all, realistic. If we're not obliged by the government to do more to clean up our air with this funding, then we will bring the best of these 2 lists to the committee in May. It must come through the committee anyway. So vote this down and see you at committee with a set of proposals that genuinely show that no party has a monopoly on good ideas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Louis Martin to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This amendment correctly sees the importance of improving citywide services rather than towards the late Park Street scheme. The Labour Group agrees that this money would be better spent on getting the basics right. However, amongst other things, this amendment doesn't address the need for improved bus services in Bristol, so we will be abstaining. The last 2 years have seen successful cross-party work to use CAS money to subsidise new bus services across the city. And yet in so many parts across Bristol, residents still feel stranded. We are still so far behind other core cities in the UK when it comes to public transport, and it is shameful that some residents think twice about leaving their house because they know that their bus service might be late, might get cancelled, or worse, might have already gone out of existence. This is what I hear on the doorstep from residents in my beloved Froome Vale ward. One elderly lady told me that since her number 5 bus was discontinued, the only way for her and her husband to get to her GP in Downend is a 20-minute walk. A promising start to a race across the world episode perhaps, but not great for a couple in their mid-80s who are now dependent on their daughter to drive them to health appointments. Another resident, this time in Stapleton, doesn't bother with the new service. number 50, which can get cancelled without notice and is only hourly anyway. This reminds me of the Groucho Marx restaurant joke. The food here is terrible and such small portions. Plenty of similar bus stories abound across the city, and new orbital bus services of us to go between wards are much needed. We should remember that the outskirts of our city are just as much a part of Bristol as the city centre. Let's continue to reinvest in buses and provide reliable and regular services everywhere in Bristol. I could go on about drains too and flooded spots all around Froome Vale, but I need another 10 minutes. Like I said, some good stuff in this amendment, but we'd spend it differently. Now that the Park Street scheme has been rejected, this £8 million is unallocated, and I hope to see some genuine cross-party engagement about how this would be best spent. For these reasons, the Labour Group will be abstaining, but we look forward to further discussions.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Bador Uddin to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We will support this amendment. The Conservative Group always oppose and closure Park Street since public consultation 2021, improving number bus route 2, have been against closure Park Street and traffic. Those plan first development under Labour administration. Our reason simply close Park Street would be have harm the business and trade who work there, view being ignored, and the plan would have spread up and declined what was once Bristol's best shopping area. From an environment point of view, traffic does not appear to move other street, create more congestion and pollution in the other part of the city. This amendment take a clear zone fund why from failing Park Street scheme and using it things that residents really want, replace road sign, removing graffiti and clean our street. The capital fund will help repair the road surface and fix them pothole. For years, residents have told us they want safer and smoother road. They want pothole to fix properly and they want graffiti move quickly and in the city cleaned up. Now, instead of unpopular Park Street closure, use 8 million. Particular improvement will make real difference. My Lord Mayor, this amendment about easing our resource and wisely conservative and always ask Council to focus on the essential amendment does excite. I hope member vote for. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Gooch, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before it's voted on? Councillor Gooch.
It's very disappointing to hear Labour saying that they're going to abstain on this because it doesn't contain some of the things that you wanted. We've got the extra 5 million. We could put those in. We liked some of the things that were in yours, and they could still come through. So I urge you to actually vote for this.
Thank you, Councillor. The amendment summary is shown on the screens. And again, this will be an e-vote, so please make sure you're in your correct seats. And voting's open now. Right, so we have 13 votes for, 34 against and 21 abstentions, so that's fallen as well. We are due for our 30-minute break now. Do members want it now, or do you want to go for another amendment then have it? Oh. Okay. All those in favour of 30 minutes now say aye. Aye. All those in favour of one more amendment then a break? Ooh, I think that was one more amendment, then we'll have our break. Don't worry, we're nearly there. Amendment number 6. Yes, Liberal Democrat revenue amendment. This amendment involves the revenue section of the budget, and of course there'll be a vote after the debate. I'd like to call on Councillor Josh Clark to move the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor, and thank you for extending this delightful meeting for just one more amendment until we have our break. Thank you. This amendment seeks to bring forward the planning expenditure on road repairs currently scheduled for 2027-2028 into the forthcoming budget year. This funding comes from the Council's Clean Air Zone CAS revenue, which includes a planned allocation of over £1 million for road repairs in both 26-27 and 27-28. It is no secret to anyone in Bristol that our roads are in a shocking state. Potholes and deteriorating surfaces, are among the most common concerns raised by residents across the city. The council already recognises the scale of the problem, so much so that it is planning to spend more than £1 million from CAS revenue on repairs next year, and the same again the year after. Our proposal is simple and responsible, bringing this spending forward so that both planned allocations over £2 million in total are invested in road repairs in 26-27. The funding is already in the Council's financial plan. We are simply allocating its deployment to address an urgent and visible problem. By doing this, we give the Council the resources it needs to make a real, tangible improvement to the state of Bristol's roads for the coming year. This will allow teams to carry out more repairs, tackle the worst affected areas more quickly, and deliver the safer, smoother and more reliable road network that residents rightly expect. This is a practical amendment that uses planned Clean Air Zone funding to achieve immediate, high-impact improvements for communities across Bristol, and we believe the Council should seize the opportunity to act now rather than later. I urge colleagues to support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clark. I'd like to call on Councillor Caroline Gooch to second the amendment.
I'll be very brief, as Councillor Clark's already covered everything. I'll just reiterate that road repairs are desperately required, as we all acknowledge. As we've already stated, nearly 80% of the public think that local road services are a problem. Rather than spend £1 million a year for the next 2 years, we acknowledge that repairs can't wait, and so this is a small change just to bring forward the spend and spend £2 million over the coming financial year. Potholes cause damage to cars, rough rides for bus passengers, which can knock standing passengers off their feet. For cyclists, potholes can be a death trap. Why would we wait to do repairs if we don't have to? This should be a no-brainer and an easy one for everyone to agree on. Please back this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Gooch. I'd like to call on Councillor Jenny Bartle to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Yeah, so doing some maintenance that we already said we wanted to do a year earlier than planned. Officers said in the comments that it's feasible, seems fairly straightforward. We did have a bit of debate in our group, just because nothing is ever straightforward. We were concerned that this represents quite a significant, like Caroline, you just said it was a small change. It is a fairly significant change to the programme. And there was a debate about whether this can feasibly be delivered all in one financial year. But the position we landed on was that kind of the further finer details of this can be worked out in the Transport Committee, and the worst that can happen is that it gets reprofiled a bit into next year anyway. So, yeah, we'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Kirsty Tate to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you. In short, I'm happy to approve bringing forward some spending for the highways maintenance by a year, so long as transport officers are confident that they can actually spend the money and not waste it. It does feel a little bit like a sticking plaster, a bit of shuffling things round, but it's still fine. And yes, I did want to take this opportunity to rant about potholes in my ward. Are you ever really a councillor if you don't get the opportunity to do that? But this isn't a cliche. Bishoport Avenue, Hareclive Road, a major bus route in Hartcliffe and Witherwood are riddled with potholes. It's a bit of a disgrace. We get temporary repairs, they fail. We get more potholes, we go round in circles. And people are asking, quite rightly, what are we paying council tax for? Safe roads are a basic service, not a luxury ask. When residents hear about proposals like the 8 million for Park Street, it's quite insulting for communities that feel left behind. Even if that proposal, didn't go through, the scale of that conversation happening while our major bus routes deteriorate. This isn't just about drivers, though. Around 73% of residents in Hartcliffe and Witherwood ward rely on public transport. Fewer than half are satisfied. Nearly 1 in 4 residents class themselves as disabled. So when roads are unsafe, bus routes are unreliable, and there isn't even a proper sheltered bus stop in the city centre for people to get home, then this is about fairness. I can't quite believe I'm about to agree with something that Mark Weston said earlier on. We cannot operate a who shouts the loudest model. So because wards like mine often have lower reporting rates, not because there is less need, but because of barriers, digital exclusion, disability, literacy, lower trust, quieter does not mean better off. In prioritisation is driven by noise rather than need, inequality gets entrenched. Residents are contributing the same towards the clean air zone, except many cannot afford to replace their vehicles. So this CAS revenue must be able to reshape this for our communities. But reprofiling alone won't rebuild trust. The real question is, are we spending in a way that reduces inequality or in a way that reinforces that feeling that some areas are seen and others are expected to cope? Councillors from other wards will recognise this feeling because when visibility of basics fail, roads, lighting, buses, safety, frustration grows. And when frustration grows, faith in the council drains. My residents are not asking for special treatments. They are basically asking for fairness and the basics to work. And that is entirely reasonable. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Richard Eddy to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Hi, Lord Mayor. If one asks any Bristolian what would they currently give the 2 blights afflicting their city, I guess they'd probably answer pretty immediately the environmental state of Bristol and also the condition of our traffic system, particularly the condition of the roads, of course. This proposal is quite simple. That, as Caroline and others have said, and it seeks to bring forward various significant sums for actually repairing and ensuring maintenance is done to our streets funded by the clean air zone receipts, of course. As such, is welcomed by the Conservative group and, well, I'm sure welcomed by Bristolians. The damage caused to vehicles of both private motorists and those who use public transport is significant, and the commitment to further tackle our potholes and enhance the road resurfacing programme is not before time. I regularly walk past Bristol bus station and was recently gratified to see that a pothole which has been there for some time had been attended to. This is actually in Whitson Street by the main exit for coaches and buses, and where the taxi rank is and where pedestrians are actually put down. I was rather less gratified to see the quality of the work. I strongly suspect the repairs done will only last just over 6 months before another gaping pothole occurs. Yes, I dare say doing a proper job repairing the pothole will cost somewhat more money, but it will probably stop the maintenance contractors being summoned out multiple times over the coming years, and will stop repeated damage to private and public motor vehicles. But this is one small gripe. Overall, I urge members to back this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark has moved the amendment. Would you like to respond to the debates before it's voted on?
Wow. What a way to finish before our tea break. It's feeling really positive, and I don't want to say anything because I might scupper it. But I would like to move to the vote, Lord Mayor. So thank you very much.
That sounds like a good idea. Well, the amendment summary is shown on the screen, and again, this will be an e-vote. Please vote now. Well then, we have 67 for, 0 against and 1 abstention, so that amendment has been carried. And now we'll have our 30-minute adjournment. Please can you return promptly by 5:15? Thank you. Thank you. If we could all take our seats, please.
Proposal at this stage, because we are ahead of time and we are doing incredibly well, and the notion of leaving here 10 minutes earlier, I was just going to put the proposal forward that we forego the next break, which is 10 minutes, if we are ahead of time, so that we can get out.
Well, I don't think I need to do a vote. I think
much.
that's pretty conclusive. Yes, we'll do that. Excellent. Let's rally through. All right, then, we'll move on to amendment number 7, which is the Labour Revenue and Capital Amendment. This amendment involves the revenue and capital section of the budget, and there will, of course, be a vote at the end. I'd like to call on Councillor Catcher-Horton to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Members, as I understand, this is a budget meeting. This is where we debate what we think is the best allocation of monies. And at the first time in my career as an elected representative since 2021, we actually have a surplus. Thanks to the Labour government. We know that 30% of Bristol's 700 plus children in care live more than 20 miles outside the Bristol local authority. Now, I know that a lot of these children do not live in homes, but with foster carers. Some will be there because relatives live nearby. Some may even have been moved because the community in which they are growing up in poses a danger to them. Children, usually teenagers, that find themselves in children's homes are most often the most traumatised and vulnerable. It is not uncommon that they have had several foster care placements in their past. We know the downsides of children being placed far from communities, even 20 miles away. After the trauma of being moved from your family, you have the added trauma and isolation of being in a different place. Having to come to terms with the whole of new family life. You also must attend a new school and make new friends. People you probably relied on to help you get through the difficult times are too far away and far out of reach. Going home on public transport is not possible if it is, and also has money you don't have. We also know that vulnerable children isolated from their support networks are much greater risk of being criminally and sexually exploited. Private sector or even third sector children's homes are less likely to receive an outstanding offset, and most of these outside the council are. And they have an increase of violating statutory requirements. There is frankly more risks of something going wrong because our child protection social workers have a lot less oversight. But the problems go further. A study commissioned to the Department of Education in spring 2024 found there are problems with recruitment and retention. While most of the staff is employed full-time and the support workers were paid a minimum wage, shift work, no career progression, is it any wonder that they do not stay long? This being worse in privately run children's homes. Our most traumatised children need stability. They already do not trust adults. They need to see the same face for years to come. They need people who are empathetic, well-trained, and above all, supported to look after them. Not only do private care homes cost us more money per placement, but they do not provide the critical therapeutic care that children and young people need to change their lives around.
20 seconds
We,
left.
in Labour, have a vision. If a traumatised child should present to us, there would be a bedroom, a warm and comfortable home, close to their community if necessary and where possible, staffed by empathetic people who are well supported and not worrying about how they will pay their own bills. Lord Mayor and full council, I urge you to change the way we look at the most vulnerable children and young people. I urge you to vote for this amendment. Thank you.
I'd like to call on Councillor Susan Collar to speak, to second the amendment.
Sorry. I was just saying I'm going to keep this short because we all want that extra bit of time at the end of the evening. And pretty much everybody's already made up their minds, I'm sure. So, of course, we need to do what is best for the in-care children. Foster homes are ideal. There are better forms of care than a children's home. But we need children's homes, and which should be done in-house. So You may say it's not needed, but I was in the last Children and Young People's meeting where we heard a report that stated that council spending on out-of-area placements had already gone up by 600,000 due to unexpected demand. I also know that a council-owned children's home has been sat empty for a year. But it's not because of lack of demand. It's because it has been a slow process. It has taken over a year to procure a strategic partner. That is a long, long time. A year is a long time for any child, but it is detrimental to a child in care. They have already been through enough trauma. We can and we should do better. I will say that the team for Children and Young People Services are a phenomenal team, but as a member of this committee, I know I am biased. However, it is worth at least discussing how much we should spend on executive salaries, because the decision to appoint more executives rests with the chief executive and the council leader. Initially, this was done without a budget in place, so it has put pressure on the council's finances. And I think there should be something of a discussion among other councillors. The cost of legal and democratic services, which includes the executives, has gone up by 6 million in 3 years. This needs attention. I don't know about you, but I reckon my residents and our children would probably prefer that this money was spent on other services.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Shona Gemfrey to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this amendment is not actually going to save us money, and more importantly, it's not actually focused on what's best for the children. So yes, foster children generally do better in their home city, either with their extended family or a foster family. And I would like to use this chance to ask any Bristolian watching who's considering becoming a foster carer, please do it. We need more to do this incredible job. But for some children, as you've said, foster family isn't the right option. They live in a children's home. And due to a shortage over the years, more and more children from Bristol have been placed in homes outside the city, and that was done under the previous administration. But now we are finally making progress, and there are 2 new Bristol children's homes up and running. 4 more homes should be open by summer, and there's even a specialist mental health home in the pipeline. Under the previous administration, Ofsted actually ordered closure of one of our children's homes, direct evidence of the apathy shown by the Labour cabinet. This home is now reopened and rated good, and in fact, all our children's homes are now rated good. But not all children living outside Bristol should be brought back because, as you've said, it's sometimes dangerous. So some have been trafficked, and we have to keep them away from their abusers. Some are victims of sexual exploitation. They need to be kept away from their predators, because as the news tells us, not nearly enough predators are actually convicted and many still walk free. Some are settled in their homes, and how can we ask them to move again? And if Labour had taken up their second seat that they were offered on the corporate parenting panel, they might know these details. I'm surprised Labour councillors think they understand our own children's needs better than our own social workers who are on the front line. Because the officers tell us that opening even more children's homes right now, other than the ones we have planned, would not be financially efficient. We'd likely end up with even more empty beds, costing us even more. And Labour should know this. You were in the briefing about it last week. So this amendment doesn't make sense financially, it doesn't make sense practically, and it doesn't make sense ethically. Frankly, the only way it does make sense is so that Labour can try for one more headline to shove in their leaflets, which is bad behaviour, but maybe we should have all come to expect it. 2 years into a situation where they seem to hate the committee system and do everything they can to undermine it. They talk a big game of protecting women and girls, but this amendment could result in child victims housed closer to the very people who have abused them, and I don't know if you actually get that. I know there are Labour colleagues on those benches who genuinely want to serve this city, and they seem to be getting dominated and misled by the careerists. I know the type of careerists you have. That's one of the reasons I left the Labour Party, and I'm sorry that they're putting their own ambitions above your principles. But if you really care about our most vulnerable children, then don't waste anyone's time on nonsense amendments. Focus on what you can do. Take up your second seat on the corporate parenting panel. Stand up to Starmer, who is currently scrapping the rights of refugee children to be reunited with their parents. How can you think that can possibly be best for children? Have a good hard look at yourselves. The Greens will not be voting for this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Andrew Varney to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I must say I am disappointed
to see this Labour amendment here today. Of course, everyone in this city, everyone in this chamber wants the very best for our children. We all want to support improving children's services. It is, after all, one of the most important things we do as a council. I think Councillor Towns would probably say it's the most important thing we do as a council. But I think this budget amendment is not the right way to achieve the improvements that we want to see. This attempt to politicise the provision of children's services is something we should all avoid. Children's homes must be planned carefully, professionally, and with long-term stability in mind. And the best people to do that are our excellent council officers in children's services. Now, those officers themselves question whether the proposed properties are even suitable for children with complex needs. And similar provision, as we've heard from Councillor Gemfrey, is already being expanded elsewhere in our city. I would also question some of the figures. For example, £513,000 to acquire 2 properties on New Fossway. Have you looked at Zoopla recently? You'd be lucky to get 1 property for that price. And I think the funding mechanism is equally troubling, especially the 2.5 million from Romney House, money that is earmarked for new housing development. Reducing future housing supply when the city desperately needs more houses is not something we can support. And financially, as we've also heard, any potential savings are uncertain and depends on assumptions that may or may not materialise. So in other words, this amendment risks undermining both our housing programme and our children's services. Let's leave it to the professionals, not have a political football match during budget season. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor John Galandris to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I agree with the previous 2 speakers that this is a very muddled and poorly thought through amendment. Firstly, looking at the revenue amendment, whilst the aspiration to reduce administrative costs is always welcome, how exactly these are to be achieved is very vague and nebulous. Pie in the sky comes to mind. Turning now to the more serious capital amendment, this is also very flawed. We do need more locally based council-run children's homes. We need a number of them. And a number have been planned, a number have been opened, there are some in the pipeline. And these will cater for different types and ages of children in care. However, the use of children's homes is in extremis. And the focus has to be placing children in foster homes or reuniting them with their own family. As education and finance officers have painstakingly explained to members in various briefings, council-operated children's homes need very careful planning to ensure good occupancy. Opening new children's homes randomly, without proper prior planning and without checking likely demand for places, is inevitably going to result in the homes operating with unfilled places, voids, which will make the cost of these homes even more expensive than the current private placements. It won't help the council's finances, and it won't help our city's most disadvantaged children. In summary, it won't come as a surprise that the Conservative Group will be voting against this budget amendment. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Horchin, as a move of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before it's voted on?
Yes, I would like to. Thank you. Firstly, we are leaving it to the professionals to decide where the homes go in the end. We've just made suggestions where they might go. Obviously, as a person that has worked with young children and young people for the past probably 30 years of my life, I do see that everything has to be carefully planned and not every child will end up in a children's home. Most children will end up, hopefully those that don't go with their families will end up in a foster care placement, because that is definitely better for the children. But we do need to bring those that we can back. I do realise that some can't come back for various reasons. One is trafficking, one is sometimes domestic violence. Otherwise, what can I say? We do have 2 people on the seats. Left. We have 2 people in the seats for the corporate panel, and then we have had since the middle of January, so I'm not sure what they're going on about that for. So we have the 2 we have. I would have loved to have been on it, but I really can't because of time, pressures. Conservative Party, your crocodile tears.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up now, so we move on to the vote. The amendment summary is shown on the screens across the chamber. And again, this will be an e-vote, so please make sure you're in your allocated seats, and voting will be open for 15 seconds. Please vote now. Right, so we have 24, 48 against and 0 abstentions, so that amendment has fallen. We now move on to amendment number 8, Labour Capital Amendment. This amendment involves the capital section of the budget, and there will be one vote at the end. I'd like to call on Councillor Fabian Breckles to move the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to move the amendment, removing 0.9 million from the South Bristol Livable Neighbourhood Scheme and investing in traffic calming and cycle lanes, not modal filters instead. Why are we proposing this? Quite simply, we've spoken to people living in the East Bristol Livable Neighbourhood, or EBLN, and it's clear that lessons are still not being learned. As a local ward councillor, I see a familiar pattern emerging. Consultation, but little change. People feeling ignored, communities divided, both by roadblocks and opinions, and plans falls through. Will we see a police operation to close roads in Southwell at 3 a.m, or is that just reserved for Barton Hill? Who knows? Let me explain the impact on St George Troopers Hill. Far more traffic on roads outside of the EBLN. For example, Troopers Hill Road, where only yesterday had calls for a new pedestrian crossing because, guess what, crossing busier roads with kids is now more dangerous. A constituent whose work forces him to drive across the city with equipment that's too bulky for bus travel, telling me his journey times, mileage and fuel costs have rocketed because of the longer routes modal filters force him to take. Long detours for Wellspring patients who can't walk there. Welcome safety improvements along Cruise Hole Road, undermined by massive increase in traffic because other roads are now closed. Heavier traffic on main bus routes from Bryant's Hill to Lawrence Hill. Worse air quality in roads where traffic has increased, and in the wider area, emergency vehicles delayed by road closures and businesses in the EBLN struggling to survive, including a social club that recently closed. No doubt transport planners believe the South Bristol scheme is different to the East Bristol one. To the public, it's not. The problem identified during the Livable Neighbourhoods trial does exist, but modal filters are not a carte blanche solution, especially in a city as congested as Bristol. As Helen Godwin said before becoming Metro Mayor, public transport must be front and centre of any scheme to reduce car dependence. We know we need better active travel routes, road safety infrastructure, bus priority measures, but imposing lots of modal filters is at best divisive. You'll get winners, people with quieter streets, or they cycle already, but also losers, people now living on rat runs and those with no choice but to drive. We need win-win solutions. The sticking point is modal filters. Drop them and bring people with you. That's our proposal. Invest in road safety and active travel in the Greater Bedminster area, not the SBLN as it stands. Go for tangible measures that will make a real difference. And if it works, we'll know how to fix the remaining problems in East Bristol. If this administration is willing to learn lessons and try other ways to solve our traffic problems, it will support this amendment. I move.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Kelvin Blake to second the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Happy to second this amendment. But why don't we do something different? Why don't we actually try and bring the community with us on this, rather than the livable neighbourhoods? Because there's lots of good things about livable neighbourhoods. I think the issue's been now that the sort of brand's been kind of undermined by the way that we've implemented the scheme in East Bristol. And I think now there's a lot of reluctance in South Bristol about exactly how that's going to affect them. So my view is that we work with the community. We've all received emails from the campaign group in South Bristol asking us to consider this or reconsider the Livable Neighbourhoods proposal. I think we should just try and work with the community and bring all sides. Let's not pit cyclists, safer street campaigners against drivers and disabled people. That's kind of what we've ended up doing in East Bristol, and that's been to the detriment of that scheme and would certainly be to the detriment of the scheme in South. So our view is let's look at finding a different route through this to provide better solutions by way of safer streets, but to ditch the idea of bus gates, which in fact the scheme was pretty disjointed with bus gates in this area. Let's work with the community to try and bring us together and actually find a solution that we can all accept. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Lisa Stone to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Well, I think we can see some political shenanigans going on here today, as I have noticed that the Labour speakers that do not represent South Bristol. This is not just a U-turn from you guys, it is a reversal of a decision that you've made back in 2023 when you voted for the amended budget allocation of £800,000 for consultation on the South Bristol Liberal neighbourhood. That money was committed so that we could gather real evidence to understand the community's needs. You just wax lyrical about it and act on how to manage the traffic and air quality before it gets worse. You also committed us, believe this or not, to Vision Zero, okay? And yet I'm ashamed to say that we are still recovering from the death of a cyclist on North Street only recently. But what we see here today is more of a political flip-flop. It is a slap in the face for all of the people that have engaged and are awaiting our revised proposals based directly on their feedback, exactly what you've just asked for. The consultation received an incredible 4,500 responses from residents and community partners like Action Greater Bedminster, Bristol Disability Forum and Bristol Jemiah Mosque. The community engagement team are literally reading through 18,000 free text comments. They approached 264 businesses and organisations and had conversations with 183 of them, 84 of which have filled in the South Bristol Liberal Neighbourhood Business Survey. Every one of the 12 schools in the area have been approached and have had conversations. There were 9 events held in Windmill Hill, Southfield and Bedminster, where I met residents who spoke with passion about their hopes and their concerns. And it is these responses that will shape the final scheme. This is how proper engagement works. This is what the Green Party does. We have listened carefully, and because of that work, changes will be made. Believe you me, they will. This is not a political game. This is about safer streets. It's about cleaner air. It's about less noise. It's about fewer injuries. It's about fewer deaths. It's about people, especially those who have suffered mostly from pollution and traffic dominating their neighbourhood. I'm not going to get dragged into the complicated financial consequences this amendment would create. What matters is this. The Transport Committee has already voted democratically, as you talked about previously in level 1, 4-5 to continue its commitment to the scheme, securing further funding to support the health of our communities. Remember, we make decisions here by listening, really listening, to the people we represent. And we should work together for a calmer, safer environment for everybody.
Thank you,
so I say to the Chamber, be bold, be responsible, and vote against this amendment.
I'd like to call on Councillor Andrew Brown to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm old enough to remember when Labour were in favour of livable neighbourhoods too. But like so many of the things that they previously advocated when they were in administration, or indeed set in train, once they decided that they wanted to be the opposition, they've done a U-turn. But then perhaps we should have expected this, given the penchant for U-turns that the national government have, which has already been remarked upon earlier today. Now, my group has long had some concerns about livable neighbourhoods, but we are in general agreement with and in favour of the principles and intentions of them. But the devil, of course, is in the detail. What is the impact on roads bounding the areas? How do they ensure that they remain permeable for local people whilst restricting through traffic? How do we ensure that emergency and other services are not adversely impacted? And we know that there have been challenges with the way that the East Bristol scheme has been implemented from inception, and we in this chamber have heard residents speak both for and against that scheme. But the correct response to those challenges, and those that are now being put to us by residents in South Bristol, is to learn the lessons, to work with the communities and to identify and implement measures that work. I'm willing to bet that the solution is not a blanket no modal filters, that's quite difficult to say, ever, either. It's going to be much more nuanced than that. So where is the right place for these details to be considered? Is it here and now, based on a few lines of text and a brief service summary? Or is it to be considered through deliberation by the committee? This amendment puts the cart before the horse. My group will not be supporting it. But we do acknowledge that there have been issues with the initial proposals in South Bristol, and we urge Transport Committee members to interrogate the details thoroughly as it proceeds through committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I'd like to call on Councillor Graham Morris to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to support this motion regarding the reallocation of funds from the South Bristol Liberal neighbourhood on condition the money will be retained in the locality to slow down traffic and to enhance active travel, including safer road crossings. With all the difficulties over the Tron in the East Bristol Liverpool neighbourhood, it doesn't make sense that we should be proceeding with the plans as they currently stand in South Bristol. As someone who's born and bred in South Bristol, I can confirm it has become increasingly difficult to navigate your way through and around and out of South Bristol. The previous Labour administration made life very difficult for residents in South Bristol to access the schools, trains, hospitals, get to work, the centre, everywhere really. And that's why these plans with the South Bristol Liberal neighbourhood will only make life harder for residents. The reallocation of these funds will enable residents to get around in a safer manner. There will be more options for residents to get around, and businesses will still benefit from the visitors to Ashton Gate and North Street. This is increasingly important as times are tough for many and we need the business rates, as we heard earlier. This is one way in which we can make life just a little bit easier for residents and taxpayers, and that's why we will support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Breckles, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before it's voted on?
Yeah, okay. I can see how it's going, but I'd like to thank the Tories for backing us on this. But I do need to make a few things clear. We would have managed the EBL differently and worked better with the communities involved. We would have amended and adapted the scheme as and when the problems came up, and we would never impose road closures at 3 a.m. in the morning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. The amendment summary is shown on the screens across the chamber, and again, this will be an e-vote. Please vote now. Thank you. So that's 26 for, 35 against and 7 abstentions. So that has fallen. So now we move on to our final amendment, Amendment number 9, Liberal Democrats Revenue Amendment. And again, this amendment involves the revenue section of the budget, and there will be a vote at the end. I'd like to call on Councillor Tim Kent to move the amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This is a simple amendment. We have identified reserves that are no longer needed and currently sitting unused, and we're proposing to put them to practical use. I welcome the additional investment in tackling fly tipping, which is already included in the main budget proposals. We've pushed hard for that over the past 2 years, and it's good to see real progress being made. However, this actually only restores the funding after the severe cuts done by the previous Labour administration. It does not yet deliver the full service improvement our city needs, and that is what we should be aiming for. So Bristol sees around 10,000 fly tipping incidents each year. Some sites, though, are left uncleared for months. Waste attracts more waste, and communities are left dealing with the consequences. I believe, and I accept many of you believe, enough is enough. We once had a 48-hour clearance target. This was weakened to 72 hours, and even then it only applied to certain categories of council land. Much of it was not covered by this target. Every councillor here will recognise the frustration. Repeated reports, long delays and cases where fly tipping on housing department land sits for weeks or even months before action is taken. This is not acceptable. We need a clear citywide standard. Fly tipping removed within 48 hours of reporting on any council land. This amendment will help provide the resources to align our departments, restore service standards and deliver the cleaner city our residents rightly expect. I urge you to vote for the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Sarah Classic to second the amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to second the amendment, and I'm going to obviously keep this very short. Fly tipping is a real blight on all our communities, and I'm sure most councillors here, it certainly feels like for us, we get an almost constant stream of reports of fly tipping not being cleared up in our wards, and I'm sure that's not that's universal across the chamber. I understand that people have concerns about where this fund is coming from, and they see a sort of headline, but just to be clear, this is a reserve fund that is just sitting in our reserves, not being helped for anyone. We're simply suggesting it's allocated to something that will really make a huge benefit to our communities. So please support this amendment.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Serena Ralston to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
Yeah, I'll begin by asking just why. I mean, this amendment makes no sense, it's genuinely baffling, and it's tone deaf. It wants to remove £134,000 from 2 ring-fence reserve funds, the Rough Sleepers Accommodation Programme and the Future Demonstrator Fund, and transfer that money into fly tipping removal services. Let that sink in, taking money from a Rough Sleepers programme. But here's the thing, before you is a budget that is already proposing significant investment in tackling fly tipping. We'll spend £350,000 in the coming year to boost street cleaning and fly tipping collection. This remains in the budget in future years and is far better than a one-off payment proposed by this amendment. This is in keeping with what we know matters to residents and Green Party priorities. This budgeted money restores the fly tipping collection team, cut by the Labour administration. This will significantly speed up collections so that communities aren't stuck with fly tip rubbish. We've also added fly tipping reports to Fix My Street with phenomenal success. With around 15,000 reports in under a year, it's the biggest use of the app, helping us get more accurate geolocated reports so our response is managed better. We've also had success with enforcement against waste offences, and we plan more monitoring of CCTV feeds so we can catch waste criminals. We've also had success with enforcement, so our more coordinated work on fly tipping has made excellent progress and will continue to do so, thanks to proper budgeted and joined-up investment. It therefore makes no sense to take money for fly tipping prevention from anywhere else, especially not the Rough Sleepers programme. Yes, our homelessness services are improving, with investment in more temporary accommodation already making its mark. But homelessness and rough sleeping have continued to rise since the pandemic. Women in this situation are particularly vulnerable. The last nightly street count conducted with our partner St Mungo's found 70 people sleeping rough on a cold winter's night in Bristol. The number of homeless households in our temporary accommodation has risen to 1,800. And behind each statistic is a human being who needs our help. I have 2 young friends, both in full-time employment, living in a freezing cold van right now because they can't find anywhere to live. Through volunteering at homeless shelters a few years ago, I got to know many people sleeping rough. They, and all those bedding down in a cold, damp doorway tonight,
20 seconds
will be astonished to learn that Lib Dem councillors want to remove £71,000 from reserve that was created from rough sleeping funds that they so badly need. To slightly misquote the great Joni Mitchell, I've looked at this from both sides now, from up and down, and still somehow it's illusions. I don't understand this at all. Please vote this.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up now. I'd like to call on Councillor Paul Goggins to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'm a placid sort of guy, you all know that. I've learned to practice mindfulness and meditation, you know. But sometimes things do make me angry, even in the moment. And this amendment makes me angry. I'm being told that they're not taking 70 grand away from rough sleepers' accommodation, although it does say that it's not allowed to be used for anything else other than homelessness. Okay. Fly tipping is rubbish, but people aren't. You've all been out there. You know it's cold. The last few weeks, what have we had? Nothing but rain. But you've all got somewhere to go, to change your clothes, to put something warm on, to have a nice meal. And these are Bristolian women and men on our streets. The street count of 70 is nonsense, let's be honest, because it doesn't count people standing up. It only counts people lying down when they see them. So, I mean, that's just a nonsense. And you include the van dwellers as well. And, you know, this amendment is... I'm surprised at the Liberal Democrats, because I know that several of them are decent human beings. But they're not getting away with this on my watch. You all know my Dick Whittington story. I'm not going to go back to it again. I'd just like to make sure that other people that are living on the streets have got the same chance that I have, maybe become Lord Mayor one day. You want to spend a little bit of money? 160 grand, you could get 8 units, 8 shipping containers refurbished. They're not in a dodgy way, down at Help Bristol Homeless, with heat pumps and air conditioning, with support services. It's a fantastic scheme. I've spoken to Barry about it, and perhaps it will get moved forward. I did have a decent line to finish this on, but I've been told I'm not allowed to say it, so apparently I'm not allowed to use dastardly and dick in the same sentence, even though I am a fan of wacky races. So I'll just say, come on, vote against this. Cheers.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Richard Eddy to speak on behalf of the Conservative Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. In my experience, most budget amendments are very often in pursuit of red meat measures. One exception to that example was about 7 years ago when the Green Group proposed an amendment in favour of promoting healthy food. Naturally, Councillor West and myself and the Tory Group helped defeat that. And to this day, on the way back from Budget Council meetings, I invariably stop at the KFC in Winterstoke Road just to consume a very unhealthy but very pleasant takeaway. I intend to do the same this tonight. But seriously, clearly, the thing about populist red meat proposals is that they are difficult to argue against, but the source of the additional revenue spending is often, not well thought out and often damaging to the Council's priorities and funding programmes. For example, the Tory Group are in favour of expanding our anti-fly tipping activities. Several years ago, when Marvin Rees's regime cut fly tipping, we actually said that was going to mounted to be a fly tippers charter, and sadly the experience since has proven that. The fundamental flaw with this amendment comes from the source of the funds. As previous speakers said, seeking to reduce the rough sleeping accommodation programme reserve, for one. Not only is this hitting at some of the most disadvantaged people in Bristol, it is in direct contravention of the terms of the multi-million-pound homelessness and rough sleeping grants this council receives from the government. May I also remind the Lib Dems that we have recently received a 3-year settlement of the annual homelessness grant from the Labour government. Under the government's new national formula, we were to lose out in future from this grant settlement, whilst we
20 seconds, Councillor.
amount to 1.3 million per year. It looks as if we mitigated that in the short term, but the longer term it isn't rosy at all. So it would be madness to do this. Could I urge all members to vote against this?
Thank you, Councillor Eddy. Your time's up
Lib
now.
Dems. And can I remind
Thank you, Councillor Eddy.
I did say the Lib Dem a few hours ago. Thank
you, Councillor Eddy. Your time's up now. Please take a seat.
Hitting the most vulnerable.
Thank you. Councillor Kent, as mover of the amendment, would you like to respond to the debate before it's voted on?
Thanks. It's certainly ironic, isn't it, that we went out there, we went through the reserves, we found the unspent reserves that no one intended to use. None of you could be bothered to look for them. We went out, we found them. These are reserves not to help the most vulnerable, as you've all tried to claim. No, to give back to government. Ironically, the Tories to spend on EU-matched funding. What an irony of a speech. We have found a good use for those to help clean up our city. Do not be fooled into thinking the good money we're putting in is going to somehow mysteriously clean up all the fly tipping on housing land. It is not. There is nobody affected at all
20 seconds,
by the
Councillor.
use of this money. It is simply money which was being held to pay back to government, which we don't need to hold anymore. All of these claims that we're taking for homelessness is complete drivel. But you all know that. You all know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. We'll now... the amendment summary is shown on the screen, and again, this will be an e-vote. Please vote now.
He just needs to talk about the ones that I think carried, isn't it? Yeah. It's fine.
Right, so the results are 7 votes for, 60 against and 1 abstention, so that amendment has fallen. And that concludes the amendment section's considerations of amendments. So now we move to section 6 of the procedure. At this point, I'd like to ask the Chief Financial Officer to confirm the position in terms of the budget amendments that have been carried.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I can confirm the following amendment has been carried today. Liberal Democrat Group, Revenue Amendment 6. This will form the proposed amendment to the Chair of the Strategy and Resources Committee's recommended budget. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to section 7 of the procedure. This will be a wider debate on the revenue and capital budget. Please may I remind members that at this point, this is the point where you can make any comments about any part of the budget recommendations. For this debate, there will be a vote on whether full council will accept the budget as amended, accept the budget as originally proposed, or refer the budget to the Strategy and Resources Committee for reconsideration. I'd like to call on Councillor Heather Mack to speak on behalf of the Green Group.
My laptop isn't doing the right thing and turning around. Maybe we need some money for new tech. It's always that moment, isn't it, when you stand up to talk. So I want to thank all of the members here who have genuinely fought for something and something that they care about today. Thank you for the passion and thank you for how you care about this city. And I know the frustration when it feels like things aren't changing in here. And I definitely want to say that I have listened to that. I have listened to the passion. I've listened to those ideas. We've heard your priorities. And I would really like to say let's continue, or maybe in some cases start working together. I think a lot of them need more work, as we've discussed today, but that doesn't mean that they're not going to go somewhere. Those who were in the previous administration will know the work and the detail needed to develop the budget, but sadly those, I'd say, with the most experience on the benches opposite seem to have some of them had their influence removed recently, and we've repeatedly heard impassioned speeches, but which are not in line with the reality and the details and the facts. So whether it is not understanding where the funds are coming from and the impact it would have on staff, or the costs of repairs, or the costs of certain projects, or how we might be buying houses and where we need them, it does just feel like some of these are more about creating headlines than getting the details right. And I want to talk about the fact we are in a committee system. Whether you like it or not, that sort of doesn't matter. We didn't like the mayoral system, but we still engaged because that was a system that the public had put us into. And we have processes to develop this budget where people can engage with the developing the budget. And I made sure that the work programme setting day, June, 8 months ago, had an item for a discussion on that agenda where we talked about budget ideas. I want to know how many of these came there 8 months ago when we were doing it. We have had many, many, many finance subgroup meetings. And I want to know how many of these ideas for that process that started in September was feeding into that finance, that budget process. And for those members who want to get these things done and not just get the headlines, we can do this better. You've got vice chairs, and I said members of the finance subgroup. But I also want to say that I have clearly heard the popularity of some of these requests. Things like how are we spending strategic SIL on our youth facilities, on changing rooms in the Downs. And that is something that actually I've been talking about for the last year. But I don't know if anyone else on Strategy and Resources has got that on the agenda and been talking about it for the last year from other groups. I don't think so. So there are processes that haven't happened in the last year. Supported buses, sports and parks improvements. I agree. You know, these are things I promise we are listening and let's work at how we would do it rather than some of these amendments that just didn't quite add up. So we want to work together. But this is a budget that is based on the values that at least 3 out of 4 of the parties in this room, I believe, share. It is based on equity, it is based on supporting our young people, it is based on sustainability, it is based on having transport to get around the city. So if you read the budget, you look at where we're spending extra money, please consider that when you're working out how to go.
Thank you, Councillor. Your time's up now. I'd like to call on Councillor Tom Renard to speak on behalf of the Labour Group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. We're almost there, heading in the direction of 5 hours, although I am delighted we'll get out of this chamber slightly earlier, as I'm sure we'll all be heading to the pub. Well, KFC, if that's what takes your fancy, Councillor Weston. But we don't really have much to show for it from all that debate about the amendments. Despite claims of no one person or party having a monopoly on good ideas, the Greens have failed to back a single Labour amendment. Again. That's 16 ideas we put forward between your two budgets. Not quite the era of collaboration you claim has been ushered in. There have been some interesting debates today, and I am pleased to see that some colleagues have not continued the earlier tradition of interrupting our speakers. We're about to spoil it. We may have different views, but we do need to ensure we do keep things respectful in this chamber. We've got a real opportunity to make a difference for our residents. Our members have been carefully considered, sourced from across our group, and reflect the priorities of residents across our wonderful city. And on the point about staff posts, the Greens did table an amendment to cut 200k from the Mayor's office, and that was people's jobs too, so pot, kettle and all that. We want to see services run well, residents able to access the support when they need it, and a fiscally responsible approach to spending, not on frivolous pet projects like the Park Street scheme that would have made air pollution worse outside the Children's Hospital. We have concerns about this budget. The potential cuts to adult social care services and the outsourcing of in-house services provide enough of a reason alone not to support this budget. There is a lack of political leadership on this issue from the other side of the chamber, and I do hope that going forward we will see more on the agenda. I know that Labour colleagues are putting several ideas forward. Now, I may just be a woke lefty, but I don't want to race to the bottom, and I believe that some services are better delivered by the public sector, not just the railways or buses, but council services too. On dedicated schools grant and HRA, I've covered the investment coming into housing and special educational needs and disabilities earlier. We agree with the need for strong investment in our schools, children and homes. We do have questions, though, about how some of your plans will be implemented, given previous underspends in some of these areas, particularly the capital programme. We also want to see how the impact of national government policy will feed through too. So on those two votes, we will be abstaining today. Now, I've already referenced £39 billion social and affordable housing programme, the biggest investment in affordable homes in a generation. And I do hope the Green administration will make the most of the opportunity, because it is a wonderful opportunity. The next few years will see the real benefit of Labour leadership on housing delivery, record levels of affordable and council house building, more opportunities for Green Party politicians to stand outside warm, safe and secure homes they objected to, like in Lot Lees, a small sites aggregator too that is nationally pioneering in the approach to getting backland sites into a viable state.
20 seconds.
The decisions this Green administration make today on housing won't be felt until 2028 and beyond, except of course where it comes to backroom deals to council projects and sell-off homes. So none of our ideas have been taken on board. We obviously won't be voting for this budget today, but we are happy to pick up the conversations about what we put forward and see if we can get these funded via the committees in the coming year. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We had 1 second to spare. I'd like to call on Councillor Stephen Williams to speak on behalf of the Liberal Democrat group.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, the government hasn't had a very good week or a very good month or whatever it is, so I'm going to say something nice about them. It's actually good that the government has allowed Bristol to keep almost 100% of the business rates that are generated by our vibrant economy. And I think that is something we should all welcome as a step in the right direction. What we now need is for government to go that much further, allow us to keep a proportion of stamp duty on the property transactions in our city, a proportion of the capital gains tax that people make from property investments in our city, and a proportion of national insurance and income tax, which are the progressive taxes rather than the regressive system of council tax that we really rely on at the moment. That would give us a fairer and broader tax base to go forward. Now, the budget this afternoon, all of our drama has focused on the amendments, but really at this point we should be remembering the core budget itself, because there are lots of positive things in there for the people of Bristol. And that budget is the fruit of the 6 committee chairs and the deputy leader working 8 committee chairs, so including the 2 Liberal Democrats, as a slip of the tongue, working together over many months to put together this budget, of the cross-party working on the Finance Committee, chaired by Councillor McAllister, and submissions put forward as well. And the Liberal Democrat group are really pleased that many of the things that we put forward are in the budget. And of course, I will start with the Libraries budget. Libraries hasn't been mentioned much today, unusual for a full council, but let's not forget this is the 2nd year in a row that the £5 million revenue budget for our library service has been fully protected. We also have in it a restoration of £110,000 for the Bristol Impact Fund that will enable us to give grants to small groups. We've got a new commitment of £270,000 investment towards the re-provision of public toilets that were closed under the previous Labour mayoral administration. All of us have planning enforcement casework, so there is a broad welcome, I'm sure, for the £300,000 that is identified in this budget to enable the strategy that my colleague Councillor Brown's committee passed at their last Economy and Skills committee. We've also got an extra £1.3 million towards recycling improvements and nearly £800,000 to manage the issue of vehicle dwellers and implementing the policy that Councillor Parsons and I put together over a long period of time. On capital, we've got £23 million for the replacement vehicle fleet, £1.9 million for investment in parks, and £1.5 million extra for investment in parks as well. The leader mentioned the corporate peer review at the start. They said they were surprised how well this committee system was working, considering it had only just started. This budget is proof that that committee system, in comparison to what went before, is maturing well for the people of Bristol.
Thank you. I'd like to call on Councillor Mark Weston to speak on behalf of the Conservative group.
Nearly done. It's not over till the fat guy sings, but I shan't be bursting into song, although for reference, my karaoke go-to is Johnny Cash. Well, it's been an evening of contradictions and some pretty strange occurrences. So we've had the Greens angry when the committee system doesn't go their way, even though you prefer the system. We've had Labour forgetting that the stuff that they're now voting against was their ideas. The Lib Dem seemingly both in and out of the administration. And of course, I'm a black-hearted woke warrior of legend. So it's going to be marvellous trying to watch the highlights of this show. Of course, there are no highlights. It's a 4.5-hour budget meeting. So where we are on the budget itself is, I've already talked earlier on about we have issues with the structure and the content of the budget. So it'll be no shock we're voting against the budget. On the DSG, we're going to be voting in favour. There are some really good things in there, and we do back that. We need some... okay. Apparently I'm also knowledgeable, woke warrior, so we're all good today. This is amazing. But there are obviously things we're going to need to work through. We need to work through exactly what the changes are going to do, how we're going to meet that other 10% obligation, because only 90% has been written off, how we're going to balance the budget, because we have to do that for the next 2 years before it takes on. And those are going to be real challenges. And actually, collectively, we need to make that work. This is our opportunity to shift this deficit and debt off our books. We have to grasp it. I would also say, when it comes to the DSG, we were obviously pushed into the safety valve scheme a couple of years ago. I know that was unpopular with some, but there were good elements in that. So we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, and some of the programmes that were part of that we need to carry on, and I'm sure you would agree, so we need to work on that collectively. We haven't really touched on the HRA. We're going to vote in favour of the HRA. There are some good bits in there as well. There are 2 caveats to that I just want to throw in, and I'm sure you'll work on this. We seem to be getting an increasing number of complaints when it comes to the HRA, and our solution, as I mentioned before, is to hire more complaints officers. Possibly, actually, we need to get upstream of it and hire more housing officers, because invariably the complaints are about a lack of response, because they're so overloaded. So I think we need to look at that. I would also say we have to solve the fly tipping, which Councillor Kent spoke about, because at the moment there's still no deal between the HRA and Bristol Waste to remove fly tipping. There is an offer, but we don't have a deal. We have to land that, because at the moment we're spending tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands clearing up, and it takes months to clear up, dumped on housing land, to the point that sometimes these fly tips get so large, it can no longer be put in the back of a van, and we have to bring a trailer with a crane and literally lift it up. And that's what's happening. So I think we need to get ahead of that. So we're going to be against the main budget, but we're going to be in favour of the
20 seconds,
PSG,
Councillor.
and we're going to be in favour of the HRA. And thank God this trauma is about to end. My Lord Mayor, thank you very much.
Thank you. So we now move on to Section 8 of the procedure. This will be a vote on whether full council will accept the budget as amended, accept the budget as originally proposed, or refer the budget to the Strategy and Resources Committee for reconsideration. I will move each of these options in turn, and full council will vote on each of them. I hereby move that the budget be accepted as amended. I would like to call on Councillor Varney as Deputy Lord Mayor to second the motion.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And again, this will be an e-vote, so stay in your seats. And please vote now. Thank you. So the results are 42 for, 26 against, and 0 abstentions. So that amendment has passed, which means we now move on to Section 9 of the procedure. Before the final vote on the budget, I will invite Councillor Tony Dyer to make his closing statement, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And again, I won't be speaking for very long. This budget process, as mentioned before, is the bulk of the budget tends to be worked out and done way before we then get to the amendments at the end. And I think sometimes it's then the amendments at the end, and particularly the amendments where we disagree, that tend to get the headlines, when in reality, regardless of whether people voted for this budget or not, I would suggest that probably 90% of what's in the budget we all would have supported. I think there's areas of it that obviously we still disagree on. I am going to finish on a positive note. There were a few things I was going to say, but I don't think it's appropriate to do at a time. I will talk to people directly. But what I will say is I'm going to make a comment that often, and this happened last year as well, there were amendments put forward in which the things being proposed to be spent on were very good. And the problem was where the money was coming from. And I made an offer this year before the amendment process was started that if any party had a particular amendment that they were very supportive of and that had positive elements in it, but there was a problem where that money was coming from, to come and talk to me beforehand. I made that offer in private. I'm now going to make it in public. If there are any amendments that were brought forward, and please remember this for the next budget as well, sometimes where we are disagreeing is not on what the amendments are for, but where the amendments are coming from. Let's try and work to make sure we can find a way of funding amendments that are good so that they can get cross-party support. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. So we now move to section 10 of the procedure. I, as Lord Mayor, now formally move that full council notes the section 25 statement of the section 151 officer as required under the Local Government Act 2003. This is set out in full at paragraph 18 of the main budget report and confirms the robustness of the budget estimates. I would like to ask Councillor Varney, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion.
Seconded by Lord Mayor.
Thank you. May I ask full council to formally note the section 151 officer's statement? All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against? The ayes have it. We now move to section 11 of the procedure. We're now going to vote on the budget recommendations as per the report and as displayed on the screens around the chamber. Firstly, full council notes recommendations 2.1 to 2.5 on the general fund, recommendations 2.6 to 2.7 on the dedicated schools grant, recommendations 2.8 to 2.11 on the housing revenue account, and recommendation 2.12 on the report amendments. And now we move on to the voting. Vote 1 is related to the general fund. I hereby move recommendations 1.1 to 1.10. These will be shown on the screen now. I'd like to ask Councillor Varney, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. We now move to the vote. Please vote now. So that's 42 for, 26 against and 0 abstentions, so that's been carried. We now move on to vote 2, which is in relation to the housing revenue account. I hereby move recommendations 1.11 to 1.12, and these are being shown on the screens, or were on the screens. I'd like to ask Councillor Varney, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Lovely, and we have another e-vote. Housing revenue accounts, there we go. Oh, I see. Right, wrong. It's been a bit of a mess up on my script. So we're actually voting on the dedicated schools grant, which is recommendations 1.11 to 1.12. There we go. Please vote now. Lovely. So we have 48 for, 0 against and 20 abstentions, so that's been passed. Now we move on to vote number 3, which is the housing revenue account. I hereby move recommendations 1.13 to 1.14, and these are being shown on the screen. I'd like to call Councillor Varney, as Deputy Lord Mayor, to second the motion.
Seconded, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, and this will be our last e-vote, I believe. Please vote now. And that's 48 for, 0 against and 20 abstentions, so that's been carried. So I am pleased to confirm that the 2026-2027 budget is in place, and that concludes today's meeting. I'd like to thank all councillors and Bristol City Council members of staff for attending today's meeting, and the next meeting of full council will be on Tuesday the 10th of March. Thank you.